MSMEs and the middle class. I am happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements, with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to their EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. Saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Viksit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region the industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development, Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan for improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities. We will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in trades. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the trades platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs. To enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets, e-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Petty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities, urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Viksit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavour to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years, in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year, also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple corridor and Mahabodhi temple corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath temple corridor, to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi, or the 7 hot springs, form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale, with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. linking to the farmers' registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavour to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate (MDI) for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavour to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the Finance Bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, TDS rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and TDS. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate, and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals: to improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows: 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil; 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%; 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%; 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%; 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%; and above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes, will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्षवा अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
आइटम नंबर 4,
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
There are some innovative new ideas in the budget which will be spoken of, but there are also some financial measures which will have a very negative impact on the stock markets in particular. I want to go across to Harsh Madhusudan Gupta first on the increase in the long-term capital gains tax from 10% to 12%. Adding to the short-term capital gains tax makes sense because you want to cut down on speculative activities. But when the idea has been to push investors into mutual funds, bring them into the markets, why would the government do something like this?
I think the government has also increased the exemption from 1 lakh to 1.25 lakhs. So I think it's a trade-off. I agree that it's an increase on patient capital. Nonetheless, 10 to 12.5% when the markets are booming.
But they won't be booming if you keep increasing taxes in this fashion. Punita Sinha is looking most disappointed. 2.5% of her returns in her portfolio just went out. You'll have to pay more to be present.
But you see, I mean, this was what markets were worried about, right?
Yes.
That there would be this tinkering. Is that the reason why the markets are in the red at the moment?
Yeah, because I don't think anyone was talking about an increase in a long-term capital. I mean, there was speculation, but it wasn't something that was widely expected.
No, but this will impact the mood terribly. Why would they do this? I'm trying to understand, Subhash.
Well, I think,
increasing, you've explained that speculative activities are going off. We need to clamp down on futures trading. There's too much gambling happening. That's understandable. This is long-term capital gains tax. You've got it stable at 10%. It's going okay. The markets are doing well. Investors are investing. Why give them this
But I'll just say one thing. Globally, at least in the US, long-term capital gains tax rate is 20%. So India was far lower. So maybe there's some rationalization going on to bring it to...
If it isn't broke, why fix it?
That's the point.
Yeah, but the fact is that, the fact is what you said in the morning, right? There were people who the government felt had benefited.
But that's not a long-term capital gains tax. Ek saal se zyada hold karna padta hai.
Even long-term capital gains tax, there are people who benefited hugely in the last few years. Why should they, at some level or the other, not pay a little bit more? Is the government's rationale?
And our income tax rates are higher than our capital gains tax.
So I think from the short-term perspective, market, how do they react? It might look to be a terrible move or non-politically correct move from the government's point of view. But if you look at the long-term health and the fair bit of taxation between the labor-earning people and those who earn from capital, I think both the measures, the options, derivatives, as well as raising the long-term capital gains is...
No, but Rajiv Kumar makes an important point. Why fix something which...
No, this is not fixing. This is fixing for long term. Let me also tell you that the 10% was introduced when I was in the system.
From zero.
And this was very widely criticized. This will also be criticized. But we should move, as Devina was also saying, towards a fair bit of taxation for the long term.
You need foreign capital to come and invest in your assets here. You need household savings to go into financial instruments.
Foreign investors don't pay taxes.
Most of the foreign investors don't pay capital gains tax.
Why not?
All sovereign funds are exempt. All foreign funds...
No, but this is about all those who are watching India today at this time, whether they've got direct equity investments or they're investing through mutual funds or through alternate investment funds or through whatever tool they're using to invest, they'll have to pay more tax.
No, but
of course they will.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, if you put money in a fixed deposit, you pay the income tax rate.
Everywhere you
pay
pay.
you get capital gains, you're getting lower. So maybe now that the market is more mature,
interest you pay.
they can raise the levels and rationalize
Plus, she hasn't signaled direction. Is the idea to take it from 12.5 further to 15, 17.5 to 20? I mean, that's deeply problematic.
Why should they say it?
No, because it will have an impact on the mood in the markets.
You may interpret. But if the market interprets it this way, that maybe next year it will go to 15%, it will sell off more. But necessarily that's not a bad
But
direction.
presumably they did this because this was at a time when the markets have been buoyant pre-budget. What you said
They were
earlier
maybe
was
overheating.
that-
I mean, the logic could be that the
therefore
markets are
This
overheating.
was the right time to do it. You wouldn't want to do it at a time when if you'd gone into the budget over a couple of months where the markets were depressed. You've gone into it where there's already been a pre-budget rally, so you can soften, Just think about it in 2004. You remember the famous budget where the markets crashed and A.B. Bardhan, the CPI leader, said, "Bhaad mein jai markets," and everyone judged that budget from the market's perspective. I don't think it would be fair to judge it purely by whether the markets are in the red or not, given the short-term reaction. I think there was much more before.
No, sure.
I think the political aspects of it, for me, have stood out. This was not so much a union budget. At some time, for a while, it was a budget for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. I mean, we are a country with 28 states, Rahul, and yet all the focus, when it came to specific allotments, is for 2 states of the country. I mean, what's the message there?
No, but
that the
that's
other
not
26
fair.
states
A lot
of
of the
this country
scheme,
don't
that
matter.
Purvodaya scheme was for all eastern states, not like they've conveniently
come on.
clubbed Bihar and Andhra.
The
and of course that's
specific
true.
allotments were very clear were for Bihar and for Andhra
Rahul,
Pradesh. You speak about tourism, you focus on Bihar. You speak about infrastructure, you give specific allotments to Bihar. I mean, there are 28 states in this
Sensex at
country.
this time
I
is
think it
down
was only
1,000
cleverly
points,
called
Nifty down
Purvodaya.
357
Exactly.
points.
But there is nothing for the poor, other
Rajiv,
poor
you're
ways.
being unfair.
I'm being unfair by
Yes,
saying it was
because
Bihar and
because
Andhra
the
Pradesh.
first and second priorities of this budget and allocation were agriculture and employment and skill development, and a lot of money has been allocated there.
I'm just
this
talking about
this is a budget-
state-wise.
This is a budget which is with its ears to the ground and not being in denial about those things. I think you should give credit to that.
So you give credit for the fact that they put employment on top, which is
Yes.
great.
Yes.
You give credit for the fact that they put rural infrastructure and agriculture on top,
agriculture
which is great.
productivity on top.
But you should also raise questions, surely, that in a country of 28 states, 29 with Jammu and Kashmir, then only 2 states should figure for such a large part of the finance minister's speech. Is that, I mean, what does it say to the 26 other states of the country?
It's clearly the political.
Why not accept that politically he
It's
had
a
to reach out to
political.
JDU and TDP?
Correct.
If I may just
that's the
add
reason.
that some of
Political reality.
the points
As you
mentioned,
kept saying,
the
political
money would be raised through
compulsions, right?
multilateral
What is the market
agencies. So it's not part of the fiscal
I can't
spend of the
see.
government. It will
I
be
can't
probably
see.
World Bank or Asian Development Bank loans. So to that extent, the political job is also done without hitting the fiscal aspect of it.
The strongest playing card you can have in politics is to be an ally to a government in minority. You can pretty much
Exactly.
swing the government and make them dance to your tunes. Bihar and Andhra Pradesh very clearly
I would not say it's
benefiting.
chancing. They said no to the special category. They said no to the special
that
status.
was
You've got
impossible.
They've
special
done it through a
allocations.
back door, halfway there, halfway here.
No, but Bihar and Andhra have got, make no mistake, a much better deal than they would have otherwise.
I
Well,
think
let's wait for
Rahul,
the numbers. Let's wait for the
we will need
numbers.
to look at the numbers
Yeah,
because the
exactly.
kind of package which has been announced, how would the money go for the capital project or for the Polavaram, for others? Is it being allocated? Only at some stage she said grants. But at other places, she didn't say either as loan or outside the budget or how. I think we'll need to look at
The details.
So they also mentioned using multilateral
Multilateral
agencies. So
somewhere
they did say that, but I thought that the specific allotments were for these 2 states in a manner.
It's not reflected in the fiscal deficit number.
Sure.
You have still 0.2%.
Which is again a strength of this government.
Exactly.
I mean, when you look at 4.9% fiscal deficit, the government will claim that they've got their fiscal management completely
No, but that
at least on track.
In long term, this is with reference to what she announced as 4.5. But 4.5 itself is a very high fiscal deficit.
4.9.
No, now 4.9, but the goal of 4.5%
for FY26.
itself is a very large fiscal deficit. Our act says 3%.
Yeah, 3.5, 3.
No, but nobody so far even bothered about the financial.
No. In the first term, it's the same government.
Yes, but now they're making an effort to at least tend in that direction.
That is what
You
I
have
am
to compliment
saying.
them for being
But
financially
let's also be
conservative and
fair,
not being
Mr. Garg,
reckless.
given the scale, I mean, one thing that the Modi government has tried to do is put its welfare schemes on scale. I mean, when you talk of 3 crore Awas Yojanas, they've tried in a way to saturate welfare schemes. So naturally there will be some pressure. They've had headroom because of the RBI dividend. The question that I have is, at the end of the day, Do you see this as a budget with political messaging or a budget that has set us on the roadmap for the next 5 years or 25 years, as the Prime Minister said? I saw nothing, Rahul, with due regard to suggest what our roadmap for the next 5 or 25 years is.
Let's take the two big ideas. I want Subhash Garg to come in on the employment-linked incentives. The Congress is saying it's our idea. The BJP is saying we've brought it, so obviously it's our idea. But the big question is, by giving these incentives to employees and employers, will it actually foster job creation in your view?
So the emphasis on employment and job creation is fabulous.
Yes.
It has to be there, it must be there. But when you go into the contents of it, I think we will need to go more. My sense, the way I read, is that a lot of it is still in the form of giving some PF kind of contributions, which are there for last 7 years. We have ABRY, before that we another scheme which was doing for last 7 years. So is there a new way?
No, but do they work?
So
does a financial incentive for job creation work in this fashion?
May not actually work. It adds to the new EPFO numbers, etc., which we see quite often. How would the new internship scheme would act?
No, so I'll come to internships in just a moment.
A friend of mine just sent me a message saying that I think one of the schemes that they've got for employment link is based on the fact that your first job gets you 1 lakh and more. Now, many of them are arguing, where am I going to...
up to 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh and more.
1 lakh and more. Up to 1 lakh. It is up to jobs that pay 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh.
Yeah,
now, the question is that how many jobs eventually will actually benefit from this? How many employers will actually take advantage of this ELI scheme?
That is very important. Does something substitute? Or it's actually a new job?
But even if it substitutes, at least those jobs are now in the formal market.
One goes out, another comes in.
No, but the biggest question, Harsh, is will this limited incentive encourage any employer to add to the number of people he employs because of this incentive that's been given?
To add to Mr. Garg's points, it is possible that instead of informal jobs on the margin, that job might now become a classified formal sector job.
To claim the incentive.
Yeah, but then that helps the employee to get some kind of protections in terms of hiring and firing, some pensions, some at least 2-3 months of cooling off period if they have to,
then the employer will compare the advantages of getting this incentive versus the disadvantage of having this guy formally on his rolls.
Exactly. So it moves the needle.
Rajiv, why do you think it will work? Because that's one of the big ideas, the employment-linked incentive. It sounds phenomenal in theory. Does it, in your view, could it work in practice?
No, I think it will work in practice. Because the employer for the first time will have the incentive not to hire contract labor, but to hire formal labor on its rolls. I think that's a very big idea. And therefore, and also the internship, thing, the 3,000 rupees that the government is paying on the internship, I think is again a very good idea because, it will encourage employers.
What kind of internships? So somebody comes and interns with any company, they'll get this internship allowance?
They said 500 companies. And it'll, that...
CPSEs.
Sorry? 500
CPSEs.
So only for public sector enterprises?
Amongst them, at least 500 CPSEs.
Also the others.
No, how will this work? Just try and explain from what you understood. How will this internship scheme?
Rajiv, so it's only the first pay you government is giving. So employer has to think about...
The first
it's still 4 years.
I thought it's first year.
The first year.
It's the first year.
First timer.
First year.
First timer, they will
first
pay
month of the first year.
No, first year.
First timer, first year.
Ek time ke liye karoge to nobody will do it.
So in a sense, I think that's the biggest, I think that's what the government will claim is the biggest takeaway, that they've recognized that there is a jobs challenge.
That's right.
They've recognized that they need to do something for those who have, for both companies as well as the youth who have been banging at the doors, especially young, at election time as well, that Rozgar is a major concern.
No, so
whether this is a game changer, I think is a huge question mark. How employers, I know Mr. Rajiv Kumar is saying employers will be tempted to formalize labor. I'm not so sure that, I think we are going to have to see whether that actually works on the ground.
What's very clear is that the government is acknowledging that job creation is an essential challenge and they've thrown something at it.
Absolutely.
They've thrown some ammunition at it.
Absolutely.
The efficacy with which this works is something that really needs to be determined. But it's a big idea. that's been thrown up. Harsh, the Congress will say, and many Congress leaders were messaging at this time, boss, this was our idea, you're copying from our manifesto.
There is no harm in getting good ideas from the Congress or from Germany. The point is who gets to implement it and implement it.
You're saying the Congress got the idea from Germany.
So there is no harm in even if it's a Congress idea. Except talking point, I don't see any downside to it.
And just as a humorous aside,
come up with more
just
ideas.
as a humorous aside, and to show how politics works, actually, when you looked at an earlier Congress manifesto, many of the farm laws that the Narendra Modi government brought were in that Congress manifesto. And the Congress then went and opposed those ideas because they were in the opposition. So where you stand in Indian politics depends on where you sit. I think it's good if the government takes something which the opposition has put out, which has caught the imagination. The Congress called it a right to apprenticeship. The government is calling it an internship. But it's essentially the same broad idea that's coming forward.
But can you explain, Subhash Gar, what you've understood of how this internship scheme will work?
So internships, now think about it from the employer's perspective. I hope it doesn't become another Narega. You get money, but you don't really get trained.
Is internship only for government companies or is it for private companies as well?
Yeah.
Is internship only
for private companies?
For private as well as CPS.
Nobody has time for interns.
If, for example, somebody interns with the India Today group, the government will give an internship allowance for that.
That's correct.
You can be rest assured the way government schemes work, there will be some criterion. It won't be easy to just get 3,000 rupees.
Correct.
Mr. Gar can explain that better. So
He's the one who puts the devil in the details.
It won't be
how
like
is this likely to work?
Everybody.
No, we will have to see. Internship is a different concept than apprenticeship.
The two different things.
Apprenticeship, you are learning some skill. Internship, you are studying somewhere and then you are doing some kind of work with someone. Which
Isn't
is not
apprenticeship more logical than internship?
No, both are logical.
Both are required.
Internship is a very well recognized mode of doing some getting work experience.
Actually, the distinction between the two is very blurred. Because internship and apprenticeship are pretty much the same thing. Because you are doing.
You're not
Let's get in Sunil Munjal to find out how employers are looking at employment-linked incentives. Sunil Munjal, good to have you on the show. Your first reaction to the budget, specifically, if we may start, because we've been debating it, this big idea of an employment-linked incentive scheme. Will it be bought by employers, or will employers want to study the detail before going ahead?
No, for anything, you obviously want to study the details about what all of the implications are before anything gets implemented, and that's a natural ask. But overall, I thought the budget was more like a statement of intent of 5 years rather than just a one-year budget. She covered such a wide spectrum. There was a smattering of things right across, right from girls, women, agriculture, startups. There was almost no area left untouched. A lot of it, however, said that we will do a study over the next 6 months. We will come back with more details. A lot of it also was encouraging multilateral agencies to get involved, whether with states or with small industry, etc. They did, however, back that up by saying that the government will provide the guarantees for those. I thought that was a good
Munjal, let's look at some specific. That's a broad stroke reaction. The big idea Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has laid is that there will be employment-linked incentives, not just for you as an employer, but take, for example, other companies, also some MSMEs. From the mindset of an employer, do you think that some of the semi-formal, informal jobs which were off the payrolls then get regularized because for 4 years the government offers an incentive to those who are then brought on the payroll? To what extent do you think this will boost formal job creation?
I think in isolation, these things work, but not super effectively. But I think clubbed with the multiple other things that she mentioned, I think it can work. So please remember at this moment, one of the things that we are constantly talking about is the feeling of joblessness. It's not as if there is actual joblessness, by the way. The feeling that we are not creating enough jobs is a serious problem. And inflation, of course, does not help at all at the same time. So by doing 2 or 3 things, one is controlling the fiscal deficit to where she has and announcing a lower one next year. It's a clear indication of what the government finances are likely to look like. Therefore, the impact on the overall economy. Now, having said that, if you are encouraging companies to grow by the 4 or 5 things that she mentioned, then clubbed alongside that, to take in interns is actually a good idea. To take in new employees under making them formal, I think is a good idea. Will it work across the board? It's hard to say today because, as you just said, we have yet to see the fine print. But overall, this is something that as industry we have been asking for. We said on the one hand, you have production link incentive. You also need to encourage employment, especially in sectors that have high employment potential. Whether you look at textiles or you look at, sectors which had suffered in the economy overall, also needed some attention.
Mr. Munjal,
But is an internship effectively a short-term employment, essentially? So you're not suggesting beyond that 1 year that you're guaranteeing them some kind of employment. You're just giving them a leg up at the start.
It's on the spectrum between skilling and full-time
So it's more the messaging that you're giving, that you're conscious of the fact that there is a job problem and you're trying to reach out and convince both employers as well as the
also
young. You're trying to do something.
On-the-job skilling also happens.
The job skilling is a separate scheme that they've announced that they're
And
going
the
to
other
internships
one,
also
where
do
you
that.
pay 1 year salary, is a job creation scheme.
Okay. One of the country's senior financial sector executives, Sanjay Nair, joins us, founder, chairman, Sovereign Investment Fund, has run different kinds of banks. Sanjay, welcome. I want to start by asking you about the increase in the long-term capital gains tax. The market's obviously initially reacting quite negatively to that. Do you think there was logic to why this has been increased from 10 to 12.5? Or as Rajiv Kumar said earlier, it's like trying to fix something that aren't broken.
That's true. You can look at it that way. But also,
Exuberance is not broke.
long-term capital gains we should make sure it's not the driver of the markets. I mean, it's not like we're an expensive LTCG among the other global countries. So I don't think it's a big deal to increase by 2.5 points. If the underlying growth is there and the way the PE multiples are, I don't think it should have a long-term impact on the markets.
Also, angel tax finally being abolished was a bad idea to begin with. The government acknowledging that, quite belatedly. What kind of an impact? Because you're investing a lot in private equity, you're investing a lot in startups. So your sense of the impact that abolition will have?
Sorry, I missed that question again.
I'm saying angel tax being done away with, your assessment of the impact this will have on the startup sector.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a positive one. That's really positive. These are small irritants that had actually escaped, not attention, but attention to really get done. Like, this ESOPs for foreign expats working in the country, this movable assets being depenalized for less than 20 lakhs, angel tax. I mean, these just had to go. And I think I'm very happy that those have been addressed, howsoever small, but they're irritants, and it just creates a climate that it's tough for startups to get things done and to have the right shareholder agreements, to have the right kind of fundraising at the right fair market value. So I think that's a real welcome change.
Munjal, a lot was said that we should signal that we are moving away from protectionism, that tariffs should be brought down. It's been done in some sectors. Mobiles, it's been done for minerals, it's been done for gold, silver. Do you think adequate signaling has been done about wanting to embrace international trade, or do you think more should have been done?
I think there's a second part of the signal. One is that we are moving towards open trade. Second is we have been selected with saying these are things that matter to us, which incidentally is the approach every country in the world today is taking. The old move towards globalization and everyone depending on each other clearly has taken a hard knock over the last 5 years. Every country is pulling back. So we are saying a signal, we want to continue, but we want to continue selectively. And from could we have done more? Probably, yes.
I think this move to abolish angel tax is the best one.
What impact will it have on the startup sector?
The government has learned very hard way. You remember last year budget, they actually increased or brought the foreign investors into the ambit of the angel tax.
Sir, ये बुरे idea लेके आते हैं bureaucrats.
Correct. No, they brought last year. So I don't know
They keep tinkering and tweaking.
I don't know who brought this time, but that's the most sensible.
No, but it's going away. So
Yeah,
but I'm saying, look at because the big message is there is continuity in policy making, right? If last year you're increasing a tax, suddenly you're abolishing it, then where is the continuity, Harsh Gupta, you're talking about?
They learned it very hard
Sometimes
way.
when you make a mistake, it doesn't, no point being continuously
On
making
this, you're making mistake.
It's good to actually remove the
last
tax.
8 years.
I just want to bring the
big
discussion back to the bond market, not just the equity market. The bond market obviously likes the fact that instead of 5.1% on the interim budget fiscal deficit, we have a 4.9%.
Correct.
Remember, this is despite coalition political pressures. This is despite the fact that obviously Andhra and Bihar wanted
And
something.
this is when
lower.
India is joining a lot of the international bond indices.
Exactly.
Whether it's the Bloomberg.
In fact, the RBI has now been sterilizing foreign inflows.
Yeah, but
last week it actually.
This is also due to RBI doubling its contribution.
Yes, but that is as per a framework. It is,
Doubling from the target.
It is not a discretionary contribution. It is as per an economic capital framework that RBI and the government of India
I
have
know,
agreed.
but the point is that
Yes.
the RBI made all that money because of foreign exchange valuations, etc.,
Yes.
etc. All of that, but the fact remains that they
government-
doubled the contribution from the target.
In the
And so
renewed,
therefore, it's
I'm saying in the renewed political context, the government could have stuck with 5.1%, like it stuck with its capital
That is
expenditure
great.
plan.
That's great going.
The fact that 20 basis points were shaved off
Yes.
is a strong message to the bond market that there will be less supply of paper, as Rahul was saying, you're now in the bond indices. So that will increasingly bring down the cost of capital.
I
And
hope
some shift
I
from
think it's a
equity
good
markets to bond
signaling.
markets.
I don't think it's a big
change
move,
in tax regime.
but it's a good signaling.
it's a great signaling, and I think kudos. to the
Psychologically less than 5 also, right?
kudos
No,
to
and
the
signal
government.
also to investors to consider, pairing their stock market assets
the bond,
and investing
exactly.
more
in bonds.
on the debt side.
Exactly.
What is, when you say signaling, what for you, if there was is there a steady narrative that this government has built? Is there something that comes out of this budget that suggests, when I heard Sunil Munjal saying we've got a direction for the next 5 years, she did outline 8 priorities of the government, but they were, apple pie priorities, infrastructure, women, is that a roadmap that you see? Was there, apart from employment, is there a focus area that you see that has been built for the next 5 years, as the Prime Minister promised that this
So
budget?
before I come to that,
Yes.
on the bond side, the fact is that foreigners' investment in our bonds is still less than what it was in 1920, despite the bond index being. So why they were not investing? Why they were not buying Indian bonds? I think that signaling effect that you have very high fiscal deficit, you have very low credit rating,
Also,
was
global
playing.
global
Yeah,
macro
but the
factors.
big message. What is the big message?
I
that
think the big message is continuity. The fact that Modi 3.0 is more like Modi 2.0 when it comes to Modinomics. So more stability, more capex,
No,
and now
Rajneet.
time for the private
Yes,
sector.
yes, Puneet.
Okay, so, as everybody used to say, pehle, roti, kapda or makan. This time the budget to me signals naukri, sadak or makan. Because a lot of emphasis on roads, infrastructure, a lot of emphasis on jobs, and then of course land records, housing, all
So
of
let's
that.
ask Sanjay Nair this question. The effort that's been made to try and spur job creation, what impact, Mr. Nair, do you think this is likely to have? The signaling is good, the government using some of its financial gunpowder to try and encourage job creation. In the end, from what we know in the public domain, do you think it's likely to work?
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, I was just listening to all of you. I think the big message here is that you've got a pretty balanced budget in a way, and you've reduced the fiscal deficit, as someone mentioned, and I don't know who that was, that we didn't have to shave off the 20 basis points, but I think it will give a lot of confidence to both foreign and local bond investors and really adds to this stability. What I think the big message is there is no easy consumption stop. I thought they might do that a little bit, but even that is not there. They've taken the long, arduous way, which is simplifying things, youth skilling, credit guarantee schemes more for the MSMEs, more of this, employer and employee benefits for more employment. They've taken the longer route of job creation, MSMEs for local manufacturing, and also making sure that they've tinkered with custom duties to make sure that you have a lot more local manufacturing. So really it's going towards, I think someone just gave a very good thing. It's about creating Naukri, and then that should lead to much more disposable income and consumption. So frankly, this is a long, arduous route taken. If it works, which all depends on execution between the center and states, I think you have far more sustainable consumption looking ahead, and then hopefully capex picks up. So I think that, according to me, is the big message here. And look, fiscal consolidation is welcome, frankly. Yeah.
But and Rajiv Kumar, since you were with Niti Aayog, you can tell us among the successes of the Modi government in the early years, one of the failures was seen as skill development. You had a Ministry of Skill Development. A lot of talk was on skilling, but very little happened actually, many believe, on the ground when it came to skill development. Even the minister was eventually changed. Is that now, you can't just do employment-linked scheme without really focusing on skilling. Is that going to have to become a big challenge for this government? You know, the fact is that it's all very well to talk about skilling, but you're going to have to make sure that it actually translates into real skilling on the ground.
But Rajdeep, I think it's to the credit of the government that they haven't given up on skilling effort. Because some people could have said, well, that was a bad idea, let's give it up. In this budget, the finance minister has announced further allocations and a loan for those who are doing it into skilling. There are several schemes, I think 3 or 4 schemes that they've been outlined. Yes. So I think this continued focus on skilling is a recognition that today our youth is not employable. And they have to be made employable as fast as possible.
That's a long-term challenge, though. It's not a short-term challenge, and there are no short-term fixes.
But has to start now, and that's what the government
One
has done.
subtle shift is that instead of skilling people outside of jobs and then giving them jobs, there is a focus on trying to skill them on the job through apprenticeships, internships, and I think that is the best kind of long-term skilling because it does not get theoretical and academic then.
But there's also a philosophical message here, which is in keeping with the way the Prime Minister views his economics. He doesn't like easy handouts. So the idea that you, for example, the idea was that you increase the Kisan Nidhi from 6,000 to 8,000, or you do some kind of an urban Manrega. He's eschewed such ideas. So there's no easy handout, which is typically what the opposition may have thought they would have wanted to do, or they may have wanted to do, or the kind that we're seeing in Karnataka, etc. There's no easy handout.
It's workfare, not welfare.
Structural.
Workfare, not welfare.
They're trying to make structural changes. For example, if there is more, and that I think is something which really needs to be applauded. We can criticize the increase in long-term capital gains for the equity markets. That's just really, one aspect.
The markets have recovered largely.
The larger aspect, though, is that they're trying to fix the structure, the nuts and bolts of the economy.
The only thing I worry about, as I said earlier, is I hope this internship program is well executed, because otherwise it risks becoming like an NREGA. Because there'll be people just sitting in the companies with nobody to train them and collecting money and doing no work.
But Sunita, the thing here is that companies don't like people sitting idly inside their premises.
No, but they may not come to the premises, they may stay at home. How do you ensure that
that is always a situation, even in skill development.
No, it happened in the US. Remember, when employment incentives were given on the back of the pandemic, there were a lot of reportage in the United States media where individuals were claiming this in cahoots with the companies without actually any work happening. And if it happened to that extent in the US, in India, jugaad can go to another level.
And then work from home, how do you, and who's going to train these people if the manager is working from home?
Rahul, when we traveled in India during the elections, when you spoke to people about the Rozgar challenge, the point that Rajiv Kumar made, and I think is reflected in the budget, is not just about employment, it's employability. And I think that is a challenge which is a long-term challenge. It's not going to be fixed by one budget or what the intent is well. My worry with all of this, the intent is in the right direction. The reality on the ground is very different. And unless I see...
But so far, Rajdeep, there's no answer to the question.
Much higher allotments for education. You want to see not just in skilling, but you want education to be prioritized far more than has happened in the last 10 years, or dare I say, some will say over the last 75 years. Unless you're going to dramatically change that, Rahul, it's not just physical infrastructure. You're going to have to focus far more on social infrastructure.
On education, for example, look what happened in Uttar Pradesh, right? Government school teacher unions are refusing to digitally enter and exit the school based on records. So there's no point just throwing more money as outlays without getting the outcomes. So it's not just announcing in the budget without getting
But as I said, it didn't happen with the first tenure of Mr. Modi when skill development was seen as a major focus. It didn't take off.
Which is why I think on-the-job training actually is a very sensible and pragmatic way to do it, as opposed to showing a headline allocation to education which goes through teacher unions. They are not coming to schools.
I would have been happier because there are actually acts governing the apprenticeship. Is that if there are much greater allocation to apprenticeship under that name, because that would be a much better way to sort of balance the supply.
But I think it's being called internship because if it was called apprenticeship, there would have been too much credit
given to the
Congress and the people.
That doesn't matter,
आपको नहीं matter करता जो election लड़के आए उसको matter करता है.
From Aadhaar downwards, this government has been pragmatic.
But Aadhaar existed. You can't now bring an apprenticeship
pragmatic enough to take other people's ideas.
You can change the name and keep the scheme.
Study the German model.
But I want to know, one of the concerns before in the lead-up was MSMEs. And, government's figures themselves suggest that you had 35,000 MSMEs closed down between 2020 and 2023. That's just the official number.
35 lakh.
Sorry?
35,000 you said?
Yeah, as per what the minister had said last year in Parliament, he had given the number of 35,000, which clearly was a government number. I'm saying the actual numbers are far higher. I'm just trying to understand, do you think enough was done in this budget for MSMEs?
So I think Mudra loans went up from like 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. I feel the fact remains that employment matters. It's not necessarily whether MSCs hire them or large companies hire them. And Manish Agarwal often rightly says, right, at the end of the day, everybody wants a job offer letter, wants some people who cannot be fired at will, at least 2 months notice, etc., etc. So I mean, MSMEs are important, but let us also not romanticize MSCs because they are not going to create the kind of formal employment that large corporates can.
Rajdeep,
Yes.
Additional financial allocations and announcements of credit, guarantee and technology is not going to, get the MSMEs that are required. What is required for MSMEs is to remove the compliance and regulatory burden on the ground. The regulatory cholesterol. The thing that they face every day are the calls from the inspectors and all of that. And I think that hasn't yet. Now, what she announced was Jan Vishwas 2.0. I think the sooner they get that out, to get the trust of the small businessmen and small entrepreneurs back to them. At the moment, they see the whole climate as being business non-friendly. That has to change. And that urge, I think, MSMEs will continue to play a very important role.
So if you're wondering what to eat for lunch and you're looking for signals in the budget papers, go for shrimps. Order in some shrimps. I think a lot of focus in the budget, clearly the flavor of the palate, Rajdeep I'm sure is already placing some order, is on shrimps. I want to show some
That's
political,
again the Andhra connection.
Political,
Aquaculture.
Andhra and Gujarat, but Gujarat is always there. Andhra, they've got now, so they want to encourage everyone to go out and eat some shrimps. I want to show you some political reactions to the union budget. We'll start with Akhilesh Yadav. Let's see how, because the likes of the Trinamool are calling this a Bihar Andhra Pradesh budget. So let's take a look at how the politics is playing out over this budget.
उत्तर प्रदेश जैसा प्रदेश जो प्रधानमंत्री देता है, क्या वहाँ के किसान के लिए कुछ बड़े फैसले हैं? किसान की फसल की पैदावार, उसकी कीमत के लिए क्या कोई इंतजाम है? कहने को तो याद होगा आप सबको कि पिछली बार कहा था कि मंडी और एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए हैं। अगर वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेंथन हुआ था तो इसका मतलब किसान की आय दोगुनी होनी चाहिए या किसान की आय बढ़नी चाहिए थी, वो तो नहीं बढ़ी। तो किसान के साथ संकट पैदा किया इन्होंने, बेरोजगारी इन्होंने बढ़ाई है। 10 साल में जो इतनी बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई उसको कैसे कम करें, और वो भी आधी अधूरी नौकरी से।
ये यूनियन बजट जो 2024-25 का पेश किया गया था, एक तरीके से सबके लिए ड्रीम बजट है, सब सेक्शन के लिए और खास करके युवाओं के लिए और महिलाओं के लिए। इससे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिकॉर्ड नंबर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो एलोकेशन हुआ है, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का 11 लाख करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, ये ऐतिहासिक है।
ये बिहार को दे दें, झारखंड को दे दें, यूपी को दे दें। अब जनता जो आज देख रही है इनको हटाना चाहती है। अब ये निश्चित तौर से आम जनता के हित के लिए एक भी, क्या बनारस के लिए कोई कल कारखाना आया है? कोई फैक्ट्री का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है? यूपी के लिए कुछ हुआ है? मुझे नहीं लगता कुछ भी किए। जब प्रधानमंत्री अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में कुछ नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि ये पूरा बजट निरर्थक है और जनता को केवल भ्रमित करने के लिए।
Sure. Yes, Rajiv Kumar, you wanted to intervene.
Yeah, I wanted to intervene to say that for me, one of the big ideas for the next 5-10 years is the recognition that it is the urban centers which will drive growth. And so therefore, the whole focus on reducing the stamp duties here, to get the sort of the new Awas Yojana here, the transit development, transit-oriented development, the street market development for the vendors, etc. The whole, the big thing about 14 cities above 30 lakhs getting some frame, I think that's a very good thought, because that is what is going to happen in the next 10-15 years. And because there are 400 million people waiting to be urbanized. And all of these measures are going to help that, influence that. And then the PM Awas Yojana for 1 crore new houses for the urban poor. for industrial dormitory type housing for the workers. We tried in China all the time, but now for the first time going to be here. I think these are very good thoughts, very good ideas, and that will help, spur growth, because the urban centers, because urban cities are going to be the drivers of growth going forward.
Okay, for a moment, since you saw the political reactions, the reactions are not surprising. The states which feel left out are usually the opposition-ruled states in this instance. But that happens with most governments, particularly when you are now in a coalition arrangement and you are dependent on two allies. How do you see that in terms of this kind of federal concept that essentially is at the heart of India? Do these states which feel left out really have a case when they see all these allotments to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar?
So, in Indian polity, the state-specific schemes by the central government are a rarity. But the compulsion of coalition government is what is driving. You coined this word, Purvodaya Vikas Yojana or something, but essentially it is meant for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. So it is understandable, but certainly Odisha, which is there right in this zone, will feel quite a lot sorry about it. Let's see what is there for Odisha and how does it react. Bengal, you can politically explain, perhaps for the reasons which are known, you may not get it. But your remark about the wider, I think there is going to be resentment from the remaining states that why should we be discriminated against? And this is a very fundamental change from the way we have been doing for the last 75 years.
So that's the nature of coalition politics. It's not as if it started now. This is Narendra Modi 3.0 is a coalition government.
But earlier coalition governments also did not do it. Go back to Narasimha Rao, go back to Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. They were not as partisan in the
No, but look at the optionality. The choice was, do you push for a special status for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, which was the original demand, which would have involved far higher financial
a special state was a no-go anywhere.
It was never going to happen, Rahul. At least certainly Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu.
If you've got allies, you have to take care of it.
The only thing happens is the package.
So we want to go across to a group of farmers who are standing by with my colleague Chitra Tripathi and understand. We've heard from the markets, we're hearing from India Inc., we're hearing from economists. Let's hear from the Desh Ka Kisan. Chitra, what are you picking up by speaking to these farmers? How are they reacting to this union budget for 25? क्या कह रहे हैं जिन किसानों से आप बात कर रही हैं, Chitra?
देखिए राहुल, इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है नोएडा के खरौली गांव में और यहाँ पर बहुत सारे किसान हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। 1.5 लाख करोड़ का भारी भरकम बजट यहाँ पर सरकार की ओर से दिया गया है ताकि खेती किसानी को बढ़ावा दिया सके, ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती दी जा सके, चाहे दलहन हो तिलहन हो, उसके लिए अलग से व्यवस्था की गई है। प्राकृतिक खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए यहाँ पर सरकार की ओर से बड़े बड़े ऐलान किए गए हैं। राकेश टिकैत जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं इंडिया टुडे पर, सीधे इनसे बातचीत करते हैं। राकेश जी, बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
धन्यवाद।
अब ये जो बजट आ गया है निर्मला सीतारमन का, मोदी 3.0 का, क्या बातें आपको अच्छी लगी, क्या बातें मीठी, क्या खट्टी लगी, क्या लेकर जाना चाहेंगे और क्या उम्मीदें ऐसी रह गई जो लग रहा था कि पूरी हो सकती थी और नहीं हुई? राकेश जी,
देखो, खरीद की गारंटी जब तक नहीं देंगे, अगर इनको बजट बढ़ाना तो पूरी खरीद कर लो, खरीद ये करेंगे नहीं तो एमएसपी गारंटी कानून की बात कर सकते थे, वो इनसे हुई नहीं। और बिहार जैसे स्टेट जहां पे बहुत पैकेज दिया गया है, एक ये भी दे देते कि भाई जो पैसा हमने दिया है बिहार को, उससे जो वहां की मंडी सिस्टम होंगे, बाजार समिति, वो बहाल करेंगे। ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए।
अब बिहार के किसान नेता तो आकर बोलते नहीं हैं, आप यूपी के किसान नेता बिहार के मुद्दे को लेकर आगे चलेंगे।
सबसे ज्यादा लेबर तैयार हो रही है, तो क्यों हो रही है? क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर पूरा बिहार का खत्म कर दिया, मंडी सेक्टर है ही नहीं वहाँ पे।
इतना बिहार पे क्यों फोकस कर रहे हैं आप? अब आज का बजट कैसा लगा? पहले ये बताएं ना, इंडिया टुडे के दर्शक जानना चाहते हैं कि राकेश टिकैत जी को आज का बजट कैसा लगा?
देखो, दिल्ली के कागजू में तो बजट सरकार की नजरों में तो ठीक है, लेकिन किसान के वहां पे इसका कोई बेनिफिट नहीं होगा। सोलर पे चीज हम छोड़ दे के वो उस पे कितनी सब्सिडी देंगे, उसको छोड़कर दूसरा और
किया गया है,
उसका किया गया है, वो कितनी देंगे उस पे वो देख लेते हैं। लेकिन दूसरा और ढुलमुल पूरा बजट रहेगा।
ढुलमुल था बजट,
ढुलमुल रहेगा।
कौन सी सबसे बड़ी उम्मीद थी जो सरकार की ओर से पूरा
देखो, सरकार की उम्मीद ये है, सरकार से उम्मीद ये करते हैं कि भाव मिल जाए हमको। ये भाव पे बात नहीं करते, भाव मत मांगो इनसे। बजट में दिया कि हम दालों को बढ़ावा देंगे, कौन सा फार्मूला है भाई? सरकार दालों का प्रोडक्शन बढ़वा देगी? दालों का प्रोडक्शन, तेल का प्रोडक्शन तो किसान बढ़ाएगा, अगर उसको पैसे मिलेंगे, उसकी खरीद होगी तो बढ़ा देगा।
तो किसान को वो सहूलियत भी देना तो सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है ना, ताकि उसकी फसलों में और ज्यादा जिंदगी आए, उसकी फसलें लहराती रहे, जैसा कि इस वक्त पीछे मक्का की फसल लहरा रही है।
8-10 दिन तक मध्य प्रदेश में किसान चना लेके, दालें लेके खड़ा रहता है, उसकी खरीद नहीं होती। ललितपुर जिला उत्तर प्रदेश में है, वहाँ उड़द पैदा होता है
जी,
खरीद नहीं होती। रात को मंडियां चलती है ललितपुर में, नेफेड खरीद करता है, 4 दिन में उनसे भाग जाता है, अभी तो करता ही नहीं। जिस मक्का की हम बात करते हैं, अकेले बिहार में इसी मक्का की फसल एमएसपी से नीचे बिकने में करीब 8,000 करोड़ का नुकसान है अकेले बिहार को। आप उनको फसलों के दाम दे दो।
जो बड़ी बातें सरकार की ओर से वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन की ओर से की गई हैं, जल्दी से मैं अपने दर्शकों को बताते हुए फिर अगला सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी। देखिए, प्राकृतिक खेती पर सबसे ज्यादा जोर दिया गया है। अगले 2 सालों में 2 करोड़ किसानों को बाकायदा इसका समर्थन दिया जाएगा। तिलहन क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता की बात कही गई है, बड़े पैमाने पर क्लस्टर ताकि सब्जी उत्पादन को बढ़ावा मिल सके। कृषि अवसंरचना में डीपीआई की बात इसमें कही गई है और 400 जिलों में डिजिटल फसल सर्वेक्षण की बात कही गई है। झींगा ब्रूट स्टॉक्स की बात कही गई है। सहकारी क्षेत्र के राष्ट्रीय सहयोग की भी बात कही गई है। 6 करोड़ किसानों की जानकारी लैंड रजिस्ट्री पर करवाई जाएगी। 5 राज्यों में नए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड जारी किए जाएंगे और इसी के साथ ही साथ सरकार का जो फोकस है वो सरसों, मूंगफली, सनफ्लावर, सोयाबीन जैसी फसलों पर भी है।
फसलों पर तो है, बात घूम फिर कर कीमत कौन देगा?
आप एमएसपी पर गारंटी चाहते हैं?
एमएसपी गारंटी में यह होगा कि सरकार को जितनी खरीद करनी वो कर ले। जो व्यापारी सस्ते में खरीद करता है वो उसके कम पे खरीद ना करे, ये गारंटी कानून बन जाए एक। आप बढ़ाने की बात करते हो, किसान तो बढ़ा रहा है,
माइक आप ऊपर से पकड़िए।
किसान तो बढ़ा रहा है ना, लेकिन उसको कीमतें नहीं मिलती, वो कर्जे में चला गया। आप एक तरफ प्राकृतिक खेती की बात करते हो, दूसरी तरफ नैनो यूरिया को बढ़ाने की बात करते हो। वो फर्टिलाइजर है जिसका इस्तेमाल किसान करता है और वो जबरदस्ती सरकार उसको देती है और उसका कोई लाभ उसका नहीं
अब उधर वाले कहते हैं कि राकेश टिकैत तो हर अच्छे काम में भी नुक्स निकालते हैं।
नहीं,
और हमने देखा है सरकार की ओर से जितने भी बजट आए उसमें एक ही रटाया उनका जवाब रहा। उधर दूसरे पक्ष वालों की ओर से लगातार ये कोई भी अच्छी बात आपको नहीं लगी है? आज कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए जो व्यवस्था की गई है सरकार की ओर से,
अगर सोलार्स को छोड़ दे वो कितनी सब्सिडी उस पर देंगे और वो क्या इसी बजट से जाएगा क्या? तो वो थोड़ा सा
अलग बजट की व्यवस्था
की गई है।
1,52,000 करोड़ से अलग सोलर की व्यवस्था
अलग की गई, तो उसका थोड़ा ठीक लगता है कि सरकार उस पे काम कर रही है, ठीक है, लेकिन दूसरे उस पे नहीं काम कर रही। और ये जितना पैसा है नाम किसान के लिखा जाएगा, आप इसको देख लेना किस किस सेक्टर में जाएगा।
लेकिन राकेश टिकैत जी, चूंकि पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में हम बैठे हुए हैं, अगर सिर्फ यूपी की ही बात करें, 25 करोड़ की आबादी वाला राज्य, यहाँ पर पूर्वांचल के किसानों की अलग समस्या रहती है, पश्चिमी यूपी की अलग समस्या।
In terms of those were reactions from some of the farmers. Subhash Garg has some new details. He's pulled out from the budget details about how the incentives for employment are going to work. Yes, Mr. Garg.
So this is the scheme, the scheme number 1 for the incentive-linked employment, the first timers. What it says is that the scheme will provide 1 month wages, not 1 year, to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. The direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary will be made in 3 installments to the first time employers as registered in the EPFO up to 15,000, though the eligibility is up to 1 lakh. So those who have salary up to 1 lakh will receive maximum 15,000
for 1 month.
For 1 month, and it will be paid in 3 installments of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So it's not
a game changer.
So it's only for 1 month.
It's only for 1 month.
So if you give an incentive for 1 month, how does that, Harsh Gupta, encourage employment generation in the long term?
So the employer will have to think that for the remaining months, what do I do?
No, but if you give an incentive for only 1 month, how does it encourage job creation?
This is only the first scheme. There is a second scheme on manufacturing, third scheme on EPFO, fourth. So the point is, together, does it move the needle from the incremental new hire through a contract employer to on the payroll side?
No, Punita Sinha, if you give an incentive for 1 month, does that then encourage any real-world employer to enhance the number of people he has in his payroll?
No, not at all. In fact, you yourself had shown earlier capacity utilization has been low, job creation by the private sector is low. How much is this really going to change? It's a lot of administrative burden that you're putting on an employer. I don't think it's really going to move the needle.
Okay, Rahul Garg joins us. He's a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's an expert on direct tax. There's been some rationalization of the tax slabs. Do you want to explain how that's likely to play out and how that benefits the middle class? Mr. Garg, welcome.
Thank you so much. I just want to make a mention that I am no more a partner with Pricewaterhouse.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But in terms of the benefit to the middle class and benefit to the people who are following the new tax regime, it is important to note that the benefit comes only to those people who are following the new tax regime. And as Finance Minister said, that new tax regime is being followed by quite a lot of number of people. Now it has been made even more attractive. And the more attractive it has been made for 3 counts. One, the slab rates have been recasted. And the second, the standard deduction has increased. And second, NPS deduction has been provided. So once the standard deduction increases, NPS is provided and the slab rate are recasted, as the Finance Minister mentioned, that a person could benefit up to 17,500 rupees in a year. So the fact that earlier also people were following the new tax regime, now it is becoming more attractive. So more people will follow the new tax regime.
That's a fair point you're making, that an effort is being made to try and make the new tax regime as attractive as possible and get more people to switch out of it. Mr. Garg, you were wanting to complete the argument you were making.
So these 3 things we need to actually understand fully, because whether it's a game changer or it's another scheme.
Sure.
So the first one I described.
Yes.
The second one says that the government will also provide incentive for EPFO contribution for 4 years of employment. In the first 4 years, at a specified rate.
3,000 rupees is the third scheme.
No, that's the third scheme.
That's the third scheme.
So here it says specified rate. Now, what is that specified rate? We don't know.
And the third scheme?
And the third scheme is for non-manufacturing guys. For them, up to the salary of 1 lakh per month, they will be paid 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards EPFO contribution.
Yeah.
So this is the EPFO contribution being paid for some more.
This is
it therefore more
the
about
government
the
also makes a contribution to employee provident fund. So apart from the company and the individual, the government will make a contribution.
This is the government contribution.
For the first 4 years, but the amount has not been specified, at least in summary I have right.
And that's what I was saying. We have had these schemes in for last 7 years. The latest one was...
No, but how does government making a contribution to employee provident fund in addition to the employer and the employer, how does that help?
So we had the scheme called ABRY, Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, which was brought after the COVID, in which the government paid both the contribution, the employers as well as employees' contribution to the EPFO. So that finished only last year, and there was no one. So I think this has been brought in to substitute for that scheme.
The point is both the employer and employee are incentivized, if some contributions are made by the government, to be on the proper payroll as opposed to subcontracted.
But it won't
the point is
but what is the impulse? The impulse is, think of it from the employer's mindset. Does it incentivize the employer to get people on board? Even if the government makes a contribution to the employee's provident fund account and there's an extra contribution coming in from the government side, how does it change the psyche of the employer?
Because you can attract more people. It depends on the magnitude of the incentive.
Rahul, I think the government comes out every month with an EPFO data.
Yeah, which is itself...
And if you look at carefully, there are 3 columns in that. Number 1, the new employees who joined. Number 2, who left, who stopped paying contribution. And third, who earlier left have started making contribution again. So this dynamics of new coming, leaving and going is actually encouraged a whole lot by this kind of.
Okay, so I want to go across to Anshuman Magazine. Anshuman Magazine is chairperson and chief executive of CBRE, a leading real estate expert, Mr. Magazine. One of the big announcements was that an effort will be made to try and digitize land records in urban areas, in rural areas, for farmers. Now, this has been spoken of, but from the best as you understood, what impact do you think this could have on India's real estate sector and the fact that the government is now making digitization of all land records such a key priority?
For me personally, this was the biggest takeaway from the budget, because land is not an issue only for real estate. We need land for manufacturing, we need land to put hospitals, hotels, anything we do, we need land. And the biggest challenge in India was, of course, on title of land. And we've all discussed that there are lakhs of cases which are pending in the courts and why our court system is slow. As you would know, large amount of litigation in our courts are because of land disputes. Plus, what happens is, because of not getting proper title, investments are not going in as much as they should go in, and government has not been able to collect as much taxes as they can. So if this is implemented, of course, the key is implementation. If this is implemented,
Do you think it's likely to take?
A big needle mover. Yes, it'll take time. Some of the states have already done it. It also depends how determined the government is. It is, it can be done. Like I said, I hope they have some timelines, and this will have a major impact on the economy, not only real estate, and it's really unleash a huge improvement. And can you imagine both investments going into real estate? The budget talked about urban development for doing anything manufacturing. One of the big deterrents for a lot of manufacturers coming here again is to assemble land, or for anybody to do anything really in this country. So if this is implemented, this will have a major impact on our economy.
How do you see this play out, Rajiv Kumar? The idea that you want to digitize all land, it's currently very paper-based, discretionary, jugaad, especially in rural areas. It's not as fixed and proper.
This is an idea whose time had come 10 years ago. It's wonderful that they're doing. The states which have digitized their land records and the land sort of on the ground, as it were, Telangana, for example, have benefited a great deal. This will remove a huge amount of corruption, and at the ground level, at the tehsil and all at that level, it will facilitate land transfers, developing a market in land for both the rural areas and the urban areas, and it will take away, as it were, a lot of harassment that goes on today in land acquisition. And therefore, it will also be very good for the manufacturing industry, because they will be able to, for example, I know that in Telangana, you could order a parcel of land sitting abroad, and you could identify it on the map there and make the purchase even online. If that happens for the country as a whole, I think it's a big move forward.
Also, formal credit offtake.
It was a long time coming, but thankfully,
No, by the way,
for farmers,
there is already a scheme going on called Dilram, which is there for last, and which has digitized a lot of records. I want to again see what is the difference being made now. What is the delta? So let me see the content, and then
the difference that is being made is that the central government has now accepted the importance of digitizing all land records, because it was a state government.
No, it is a central government scheme. Dilramp is a central government scheme.
Maybe it is just
there is also a unique land record being assigned, number being assigned to all the 30 odd crores records.
Can I just come in? I think it's fine even if it is already been there. A renewed focus and emphasis is good enough. To add to Rajiv ji's points, the point is, if somebody wants credit, if you have a digital land record, your credit offtake becomes much more formalized. You don't have to pay usurious informal rates, which are double, triple digits on an annualized basis. So those kind of things, it's a win-win.
The patwaris get less commission.
Exactly.
The patwaris get less commission. You don't have to go.
Litigation also goes down.
Punita, you wanted to make a point on taxes. What's the point you want to make?
We used to think that India has reached like a tax stability regime, but this budget makes me believe that they've tinkered on taxation on so many different things, whether it's customs duty, long-term gains, income taxes, that there is no more tax stability that we can expect in the next few years. There could be further changes every year, whether it's on capital gains, whether it's on income tax, whether it's on customs duty. Just a few years ago, they raised customs duty on gold. Today, they brought it down.
When the big political messaging is no tinkering, continuity. Anshuman Magazine, do you buy that argument that Punita Sinha is making, that it's, now, for example, long-term capital gains increased to 12.5. It could increase further next year. We don't know where it's going to. There's no message that this is a cap. And they've tinkered and tweaked. For example, they raised gold customs duty. Now they brought down gold and silver. So you now are back in the old days where you never know what's happening. And it could increase, it could decrease, depending on what the financial and political imperative of that moment is.
Certainly, this is disconcerting, and the fact is there were so many other list of requests on actually reducing taxes which were completely ignored. And in fact, every budget, what I've been saying is that the government is widening taxes, which is fine, but logically, whenever you widen taxes, you need to reduce taxes, right? But we continue to widen taxes, but don't reduce taxes, maybe in some places we do. So I would still sort of, I hope there is, better sense that while we reduce taxes, while we widen taxes, reduce tax rates while we widen the tax net.
Reduction of customs duty on gold and silver, to what extent do you think this is likely to reduce corruption? Sir, 1 second, one at a time, please. Yes.
No, this is again a very welcome move, because the more you raise the customs duties on gold, the more you encourage smuggling. And more you encourage smuggling, the more you are getting caught in that whole black.
The counter is you don't want people investing in non-productive assets like gold, right? Which is why you had customs duty.
The point also is that if you are successfully able to monetize gold in the household, which Subhash tried actually, then it's not non-productive investment. It can be very productive investment. In fact, even today, companies like Muthoot and others, you can get money, you can monetize the gold holding that you have. And this is why there's a big effort at the moment. So I think the custom duty on gold imports had been reduced to 2 and 2.5%. Then it was successively raised by this government. I think it's a good one to reduce.
Large parts of our audience will be urban middle class, who will wonder what is in this budget for us. What have we got out of the budget, positive and negative? If they were to look at this budget closely and wonder about that, what would that be? What would it give them a feeling of cheer today? And what would make them feel that there is really nothing yet again for the Indian middle class?
So for the tax-paying middle class, about 8 to 9 crore households who file the returns, the fact that standard deduction has been increased by about 25,000 rupees, and the minimum taxation limit has been raised in the alternative scheme from 6 to 7, which she counted gives a certain kind of benefit, about 17,500, what she mentioned. I think that's a very clear gain for them. But to my mind, this is much lower than what they were expecting. This is not the, I don't think they will feel very happy about it. So they'll say, all right, something has come, but not really something.
In fact, there was an expectation that given that the fiscal situation is looking healthier, that there will be a cut in income tax rate for the middle class, which has not happened. And so I think that's a disappointment.
That hasn't happened in a long time.
And again, that 30% slab, which kicks in at 15 lakh, remains unchanged. So 15 lakh is a very low income level today.
Can I just slightly disagree there? Yes. The point is, Indian per capita income is just slightly above 2 lakh rupees. Like median income is around 1 lakh something. In the US, the median, the mean income is $80,000, and the income tax kicks in around $20,000. Here, it is the exact opposite. It's 2 lakh rupees, it kicks in at 8 lakh rupees. So from the government's point of view, there is not much space. The people who think are middle class are actually 90 percentile people in this country. They're not actually 50 percentile.
I think it's a very strong point that Harsh is making. Yes, accepted that the audience here is middle class. But the point is that the economic policies cannot continue to be made to just keep favoring the better offs, which is what it is. If the tax exemption rate is 5 lakhs and the per capita income is 1.65, 1.85 lakhs, you're already very well off when you're there. So therefore, the economic policies have to be made for those who are at the bottom of the pyramid and for their
Sure, but
increasing
this government has
employment
faced
and
the charge
skilling.
in the past, particularly with the corporate tax, where that it's the top, the creamy layer who's really benefited. That large part in the middle of this country, which is the driving engine of India, whether you can, you can claim that they actually earn 2 lakhs a month, they are the ones who claim they haven't got enough out of the government.
Which is why,
why do I not get tax breaks, let's say, for education, for health? That's where I want...
No, let us be consistent, which is why, for example, LTCG has been raised from 10% to 12.5%. So when it goes from 10 to 12.5%, it most disproportionately impacting the wealthy who are investors. Then we cannot criticize that.
Sure.
Then say inequality is rising because the so-called middle class is not getting cuts. Again, the 50 percentile of this country is earning around 1 lakh per year on a per individual basis. So I'm just saying the middle class is a sense of psychology which all of us share, but it is not a numerical middle class in a 50 percentile sense. It may sound harsh, no pun intended, but that is the reality.
Okay.
But there's been no penalization of the ultra rich, which also across the world, as you know, there is this billionaire tax and all of that coming. But in India, the dividend tax has not been increased, so the promoters...
Dividend is at the marginal rate.
But you saw what happened during the election.
DDT was removed.
Someone raised the possibility of an inheritance tax or wealth tax, and immediately there was a reaction. I mean, it's all very well.
They will always be, but...
So taxation in this country just matters to those who are outside the tax.
Dividend is taxed at the full income.
Get a sense of size.
But wealth tax is very much justified. Of course, for the reasons which you said, they will not bring it.
People will end up making trusts. I don't think wealth tax, inheritance tax
Wealth tax is...
No, but let's not be crazy. One second, Rajdeep.
That's not the
One
way.
second. This will impact you also. The fact is that if you keep doing these things, like the billionaire tax, for example, that Brazil has brought,
Are you saying Rajdeep is a billionaire?
No, I'm saying this will only encourage people who are well-to-do to move to places like Dubai and park their money overseas.
My point is, A, they've already, a large number of them have already moved, and B, when you gave them the kind of tax bonanza that they got a few years ago...
First you're telling them invest.
No. What did they do after that?
Spend in the India story. Then you tax them in this fashion. Why will they stay? Punita Sinha she'll never come back from Boston. She'll stay in Boston.
Let's not...
I'm not coming back.
I'm not saying that tax...
This is
I'm
true.
only asking you. I'm asking you that one of the criticisms of this government has been that they've benefited the people at the top of the pyramid, the creamy layer, who didn't actually proportionately give back to the economy. Those in the middle, now we can define the middle in different ways, have not had the same amount of
This is the government which raised the top rate.
And there has been welfareism for those at the bottom. Now we thought the Kisan Samman Nidhi would increase. As of now, it hasn't. I was surprised. I thought 6,000 would go up to 8,000 was the expectation. That's not happened. Surely that could have been done.
The first Nirmala Sitharaman budget actually raised taxes, the marginal tax rate, including surcharge, on the highest earners. It was only partially rolled back last year. So they are paying around 40% taxes, including on their dividends. The LTCG has gone up, STCG has gone up, STT has gone up. So to say that the most well-off are not...
I am one of those who's been hit. I am one of those who's been hit.
Disproportionately, people in liquid assets are likely to be the well-off.
This constant refrain about...
So let's not play both sides.
Tax deduction hasn't led to corporate investment.
Yes.
I think it's past. Because, as the Axis Bank, research study points out, they've invested about 35 lakh crore in the last 2 years. The investment rate has increased up by 19%. So the corporates are coming up. But now there is an issue of demand creation, which this government is trying to address through employment generation.
So let's ask Mr. Tyagarajan that question. He's the managing director at Blue Star. Mr. Tyagarajan, this question about whether the incentives that have been rolled out for employment generation will actually lead to new jobs being created. From what you've understood from your position and from the others you've been speaking to at CII, what impact do you think these incentives will actually have on the job market?
Thank you, Rahul. It's a pleasure interacting with you. I think it would. For CII, I head the consumer durables and electronics sector. And the job-linked incentives that we asked for in the pre-budget memorandum, that has happened. I am particularly happy about the internship scheme of 5 years, 100 million youth to be trained, that is win-win-win. The youth gains, the corporates gain, and the country gains. Now, as far as our sector is concerned, there were two things that propelled us. Number one is connected with the 15% tax for new manufacturing units. One would have expected one more scheme would have been announced with a sunset period of another 3 years. That's a disappointment. The other one is connected with the PLI scheme extensions. But having said that, we are very happy about the fiscal discipline that is being maintained. That is laudable. Now, inconsistent with the current government's theme, it's not some big incentives are being rolled out in order to get there, whether we are getting the fundamentals correct. So our focus has been building scale. The consumption will have to go up in India so that we are able to reach that scale to compete with China elsewhere in the global markets. The 1 lakh crore rupees which was set aside for R&D and innovation, that has to come into operation. We have to implement it faster if we have to really get there. Domestic value addition will have to happen, and we should learn to compete with China. I hold the view that this China plus one, we take for granted that one is India. I don't think we are anywhere near that at all. We will learn to compete with them by allowing them to be here also under FDI. The economic policy has laid out that they will consider, as long as Chinese companies follow the law of the land and they are going to do the domestic value addition, we should compete with them in order that we compete with them in US or Europe. And so our direction has been clear that we have to do a lot to become competitive. And I am happy with regard to a few things that have happened. Perhaps the 15% tax for new manufacturing units could have been done. That didn't happen. Lastly, the green credit scheme, it's a very important one in order to encourage people to follow life, like a 5-star air conditioner or a 5-star appliance. That green credit is a very important tool. That is how the Japanese did it. That's how Chinese did it. And I thought there will be a mention that wasn't there. But having said that, fiscal discipline, JLI or the job linked incentive and the internship scheme make me happy.
Mr. Tyagarajan, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to you for more later. That's Mr. Tyagarajan from Blue Star. Yes.
So this internship scheme is only in 500 top companies.
Yeah. BSE 500. No, what? What
that
500?
has not been defined.
Broadly
they will define. So internship can be only in 500 top companies.
What does top mean?
They will explain.
Listed 500 top.
We don't know.
Turnover or profit or whatever it is.
How all of this will presumably be explained at a subsequent date?
Internship is only if you are in the 500 companies.
Only those 500 top companies will be able to have this internship scheme.
Benefits.
In which the government will pay 5,000 rupees per month for 1 year.
Well, what is the problem there?
No, there is no problem. There is a lot of problem because you are the 500 top companies, if you define, let us say, by market capitalization, are highly technologically oriented companies. We may not even have the internship requirement of this kind.
No, and they'll hire as per their outlook. They won't hire because of some internship program.
Why limit to 500?
It's a good beginning, I would say.
That's a beginning.
It's a beginning.
Because otherwise
you don't know
Sir,
why
look at it this way. No, 1 second. I'll try and explain. So I'll try and ask you this question. Now, these are 500 companies, which are the biggest companies. They already have an employment outlook, which is fixed as per their management plans. Just because a new scheme is being brought in, they'll take a few interns. Rahul, but how does that encourage job creation?
Rahul, it is an internship.
Yes.
An internship is about learning job skills on the job. And if you are actually encouraging even technologically oriented companies, as Subhash is saying, even better. because then they will be
No,
incentivized.
so I've understood. So you get the internship,
Yes.
you get a certain amount of money, the intern gets a certain amount of money. How does it ultimately encourage job creation?
Because it generates skills
More
which are
employability.
required in the
But their employment outlook is still determined by their own
But I give
management.
you an example. There is the Maharashtra Open University scheme run by Vivek Sawant, who used to be the head of the CDMA, the Param Computer. He runs an open university. All his students are interns and apprentices. The placement record is 120%. Which is nowhere else.
Rajiv,
Yes, but how many such institutes are there?
Can I come in just for a moment?
Just a minute. Because internship is part of education. You are studying somewhere, then you do internship.
Yes.
Where are 1 year internship programs in education schemes?
No, because internship can also be, part-time.
Or
So that's
immediately
not
after.
internship.
But you see, Harsh, we've seen the challenge, the visual challenges we've seen in different parts of the country. The moment any company opens up, say 100 jobs or even 200 jobs, there are 30,000 applicants for those 200 jobs. Many of them are perhaps overqualified for those jobs. Many of them perhaps are underqualified. There is a huge problem at the moment between demand and supply. So companies you're giving directionally companies an incentive. As most of the corporates are also coming, they're pleased with this job-linked incentive scheme. Is it enough unless you are able to create employability, you're able to match skills to the jobs that are available? There's a shortage of jobs available at the end of the day.
No. Since you mentioned a shortage of jobs, let me set the record straight. There's a shortage of white-collar jobs with lifelong tenure. There is not a shortage of jobs.
Shortage of employable jobs.
No. I'm sorry. As somebody who is earning 60 to 70,000 rupees driving an Uber in Delhi or Mumbai, he is very well employed. But the point is, for every Uber job, there are not 10,000 people standing outside. Whereas you'll get a PhD for even a relatively low-level government job, because he or she knows that they will, once they get the job, they will retire with a pension, with health benefits, etc. So the problem is not jobs. The problem is white-collar jobs with lifelong tenure.
Which you can outsource to your cousin and not do.
Of course, and
school teachers,
a lot of
government schools
which
do.
is why in Uttar Pradesh, for example, there are protests against government school teachers being recorded their attendance digitally. So this whole narrative of not there being jobs is not factually correct. It's a job.
There is a the problem. There is a crisis. You're saying that the problem is that you have enough jobs at C and D category. At the bottom of the pyramid, there are enough. As you go above, there are fewer jobs or fewer
many of these jobs are paying more money than even A or B jobs. But the problem is job tenure is not there.
No, the fact
lifelong security is not there.
This is a bit like the pakada wala argument, right? The problem with that argument is those who are seeking jobs don't think they have a job. The government and those in government can keep claiming that they have some kind of employment.
It's not claiming. The people actually are working in Ubers as Olas,
but there are
delivery
still
boys.
enough people clamoring for jobs. Thousands of people coming each time to the job vacancy.
Sure, because...
and it's also a global problem. So let's acknowledge that. It's not just restricted to India.
Of course, it's a Chinese problem. It's a Western problem. My simple point is, if you have government jobs with salaries much higher than median per capita income, you'll have security till you die, then of course the demand for that in a society like India, where even unfortunately the age is linked to your job requirement, is very high. It is a sociological economic reality of India. To say there are not enough jobs is a separate point.
But I'm saying there's a big political pushback on that issue because people are not accepting this argument that there are jobs.
So there can't be government jobs for everybody.
Of course they can't. Yes,
reality check.
Yes.
The government's own PLFS, Periodic Labor Survey, last 22-23, it says that over 5 years, we have had growth from about 49% to 57%.
On the labor force participation.
On the labor force participation. You know what is the biggest constituent of that growth?
Self-employed.
No. There is a category called unpaid labor in family enterprise.
No, that's not the biggest.
No, that is the biggest.
56% of those employed are self-employed. Of the self-employed, 18.7% are those
23%.
in family unpaid labor.
23% of the total.
No, but this is all right. You see, the point is, Rahul, the point is, the government has accepted that the employment is a challenge.
I think that you see the messaging. You're right, Mr. Garg, that many of these schemes are going to have to be tested.
Yes.
Are these schemes simply there on paper? Will they actually result in some game-changing?
That is precisely the point.
That's the question. The fact though is at least the government has signaled
correct.
what we are calling what we call jobonomics or naukrinomics is at least finally top of the agenda. She started her speech today with employment. In the past, and we have spent the last 1 hour, 30 minutes out of that on employment, which is perhaps a recognition that, times are changing and thank God for that.
R. Mukundan joins us. He's the Chief Executive at Tata Chemicals. Let's bring in a voice from India Inc. on whether the incentives that have been provided for employment and internships, the kind of impact they have on the employment outlook and the psyche of a corporate titan like you, Mr. Mukundan. How do you see this play out in the real world?
So in terms of I think it's a very welcome step. We have been highlighting to government that jobs, skills and employment should be one of the key priorities, and this budget does go in the right direction. In terms of the employment incentives and the incentives for internships, training which has been provided, firstly it will skill the workforce of tomorrow. Secondly, including when somebody comes into the company, we know for first few months the person is less productive till he becomes fully productive, because we've got to train those people to be completely adapted to the industry they come in. I think that's the gap the government has filled in terms of saying we will come and support during that period. So you've got to think of this as not to be an enabler for the industry to make everybody fully productive, fully skilled, to be employed in a way that they are contributing positively to industry.
Now, how would a company like yours actually work on this scheme? What would you do? Honestly, given the kind of incentives, what would a company like yours actually do now?
We actually run a very, very large apprenticeship program in Gujarat in a district called Devbhoomi Dwarka, and our apprentices and interns actually get employment not just in India but in Middle East and overseas. We will certainly expand that ambit of the program. In addition to that, I think the finance minister also has brought in a large proportion of women participation, including the focus on self-help group, which also we run in that part of India. So this is actually going to provide a large impetus in terms of income generation as well as employment generation.
So you think that this will...
No, but does it change your employment outlook? Let's assume somebody comes and does his internship, is now more skilled for Tata Chemicals than he would have been otherwise if he'd started on day one. But does it at the end of the year make you hire more people than you would have otherwise? That's ultimately the debate that we were having. Does it actually lead to more jobs being created, Mr. Mukundan?
Yeah, fundamentally, I think if you look at it, jobs is one issue, but I think if you look at the industry and speak to MSME and so many other companies, they don't have training facilities which we may have, the big companies, big 500 companies may have, which is where the focus of the finance minister has been. I think those smaller companies will now get access to skilled workforce. If you meet the MSMEs, they clearly say one of the drawbacks of their growth has been the issue of access to skilled labor. And I think this is going to provide that skilled labor for them to move forward. So really I'm saying, rather than say that the companies providing training are the ones which are going to provide employment, because when we do training, I think only maybe 15-20% of those trainees probably get jobs in our company or around our company, but most of them actually get jobs other places. For example, they would join construction sites which are run by other companies. They would join, let's say, distributors and maintenance the workshops of many of the companies which have them all over India in automotive sector. So really, this is about skilling people to get meaningful jobs. See, we have focused a lot on this country on graduation, but not on skill. I think this whole shift towards skilling is very, very important. And I think that shift is what the government has brought about. They have allowed the participation of the private sector into this. It's a welcome move.
And I think, Rahul, while we focus on the union budget, the challenge also will be for the state governments. Much of India's challenges don't lie in Delhi, they lie at state capitals. If the state capitals are embrace many of these schemes, and some states have already done it. We're looking as if this is, Nirmala Sitharaman has done something brand new. In states like Tamil Nadu, many of these schemes are already in practice. 40%, I was staggered to know that 40%, for example, of women workforce in India comes from Tamil Nadu alone, which is working in industry and factories. These states have already incentivized women. They've done a lot already on the ground. If all other states were able to in some way also collaborate, cooperate, then you might actually be able to scale up. Otherwise, frankly, I think what Mr. Garg says is a concern that, these schemes will exist on paper, they will provide some signals, but won't go beyond the signal and messaging.
Mr. Mukundan, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to you for more later. Punita Sinha, we're seeing the markets recover to some extent. The BSE now down 550 odd points. It was down 1,000 plus earlier. Why do you think the markets are recovering ground?
No, see, there is, first of all, the flow of money like through SIPs. That isn't going to suddenly change overnight. So that is a plan that will continuously, funds have been sitting on cash because the market valuations were stretched. So they're using some of these dips to maybe buy back because the long-term health is still good.
How does this impact the outlook of foreign portfolio investors looking at the India story at this moment with the current price-earning multiples?
Well, I think they'll wait for more dips. Because the change in tax regime does raise, as I said earlier, the concern that do we have a stable tax regime, and this is directionally not great and it could signal more increases in the future.
One quick data point.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to say that, this will cause some reallocation in asset holdings of
away
investors.
From equities.
Away from equities, a little bit more towards bonds, towards gold. Today, if you see gold stocks are up big. So already it is happening. So there is that asset allocation
During the festive
shift.
season, there's likely to be a big scramble to buy some gold.
Yeah, so there'll be some more, and real estate, because land records are going to get digitized, focus on, so I think those asset
The government
classes,
signaling wanting to move money away from the public markets
to other
towards
asset
either
classes.
startups because the angel
Yes.
tax is gone,
Yeah.
or towards gold, or towards real estate,
or towards bonds, to a little,
or towards bonds. How does this, Harsh, impact all the international bond indices which were already making space for India? Do you think it consolidates and speeds up that
India
process?
remains by far the best risk-reward, large emerging market story for bond investors in the world. Just to give you a comparison, China's 10Y is at 2%. We are around 7%, slightly less today, 6.9 something. So it remains, and of course the rupee has been remarkably stable for 1.5 years. So they think in terms of dollar returns. But even on equities, I would slightly disagree and say, right now the Nifty 50 multiple is trailing 23 times something. Foreign investors are likely to come back less because of any specific tax issues in India, more because of Fed rate cuts in the US, the dollar cycle turning.
No, but they have other international opportunities. The question is,
but there is no...
how attractive is
it's a
India?
week or two of uncertainty.
Probably less than that, because I think MSCI EM index, India has gone from 6% of the index to 19% right now.
I have to, get Harsh to stop saying Morgan Stanley Emerging Countries Index unless he explains what that is.
So globally, these emerging market
This
indices,
bang.
Globally, emerging market indices for equities, India was at 5 or 6% 3-4 years ago. Right now, it's 19-20%. China went down from 40% to 24% right now. Russia has been removed from those indices. South Korea is about to be reclassified as a developed markets. So if you think from the point of view of an investor sitting in New York or London, there are not many bright opportunities at scale in the emerging markets beyond India.
Okay, Janmay Sinha joins us. He's the chairperson at Boston Consultancy, joining us now on this broadcast. Thank you very much, Mr. Sinha. The biggest focus has been on the real-world impact of the employment-linked incentives and the internship schemes that have been brought, and whether this fosters new job creation. You're a consultant. These are the kind of questions you grapple with all the time. So what's your response to that? We don't have all the minute details, but broadly, directionally, do you think it fosters new job creation?
Look, I think, when we talk about job creation at the level of 7-8 million jobs a year, these don't get created overnight. I like the focus on total factor productivity improvement, which is looking at all the reforms, which was the 9th point that was made in the overall, that it will actually look at everything from an efficiency perspective. And it will also try and reduce the amount of interference at the state and municipal level that the governments currently do. See, a budget, from my perspective, this was a very comforting budget because I saw the fiscal deficit target at 4.9 going down to 4.5, a relook at GST and increasing its ambit later, relooking at direct and tariffs again from a point of view of getting out any of the hitches that are there in the system. So trying to get into the economy and taking out all these small arbitrages here and there. That is what is needed. No country will ever be able to provide 7, 8, 9 million jobs. These have to be created by increased efficiency in the factors of production being used. And that is the focus. Now, how much is being spent on health? How much is being spent on education? How is it being spent? Those are important questions. But all of this is within the geopolitical and the Indian political economy. You know, as a Bihari, I can't contest a little bit of money going to Bihar. But otherwise, I mean, you know, it is a tough act to look at it geopolitically in an era of industrial policy being springing across all over the world. And if with tariff 60% tariff rates, if Trump becomes president, you know, so it's a interesting
So now,
period.
one of the things the economic survey said is we should attract Chinese investments into India because there's a trade imbalance. So get foreign direct investment from China into India. The government hasn't explicitly in the budget said anything about China, quite naturally, but in the text of the economic survey and in the implicit messaging, do you think we're now reaching a zone where there will be increasingly a thaw with China on the question of investment? The next time a BYD wants to come in, are they more likely to get clearances?
Look, you know better than me that last year India's trade with China increased despite all the rhetoric. So when you are dependent on so many core imports from China, to talk about the fact that you will not trade with China is just not practical. And if you can actually get investments in India which you can control, then that's not a bad thing. But, you know, in which areas? I think one will have to go into the nitty-gritty to understand. Just getting more manufacturing and building up capabilities in manufacturing in India is not a bad thing. But that does not change the geopolitical tension that India and China will continue to experience. But we will all need to know areas of conflict and areas of accentuated contestation and those areas and even some areas of cooperation. So all those will continue to happen. And as India becomes a middle power and stuff, it will have to be more agile how it deals geopolitically with all these different countries. But at a basic level, it has to strengthen its financials and, you know, reducing fiscal deficit, improving our credit rating. All that really helps us stand on our own feet and go up even further with MSCI indices and others as was being discussed earlier. So I really am now also hoping that credit rating agencies look at India again carefully because, you know, our debt to GDP ratio will be coming down. And some of these increases in, you know, taxes on capital gains is because of a little bit of the froth in the market, which everyone is getting concerned about. You know, I mean, the level of the market capitalization to GDP is quite high, and everyone should start expecting a correction, but no one likes it.
Okay. Mr. Sinha, I appreciate you joining us. I appreciate all our guests joining us. It's been a long
just for the
day.
time.
No, just for the time being. We've got our colleague Preeti Chaudhary joining us. Rahul's heading off to CII, so he'll get a greater sense of how corporate India is looking at this budget. One thing that I would love to know from them, the so-called regulatory cholesterol, which everyone speaks about, how much of it has actually gone? I'm still waiting for that budget which actually really does remove the regulatory cholesterol. There's a lot of tinkering, some of it good this time, some of it maybe uneven, but that hasn't yet happened, Rahul. So maybe they will be able to tell you that one day.
We're not done, far from. You know, we're firing up the budget intelligence dashboard. There's a lot of allocations which the finance minister spoke about, but didn't mention how it had changed. We'll compare that with what was announced in the interim budget and then what was announced previously. We'll actually get a sense of, because there are words and then there are numbers. The words, frankly, are quite meaningless. It's the numbers that tell you the story. We'll try and decode the real story of the budget in our continuing coverage of Modinomics 3.0. I want to thank our guests for joining us this morning, and we'll have a lot more for you on the other side. Stay with us.
Just came around to say hello. I just came around to say hello.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto.
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
Just came around to say hello. I'm so fly. You took a nosedive. Careful when you play on my level. For you it's so. Hey, hello.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto.
टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
by LIC जिंदगी के साथ भी जिंदगी के बाद भी co-powered by new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass.
नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट के लिए मैं सभी देशवासियों को बधाई देता हूं। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव गरीब
for these two states in a manner.
It's not reflected in the fiscal deficit number.
Sure.
You have still 0.2%.
Which is again a strength of this government.
Exactly.
I mean, when you look at 4.9% fiscal deficit, the government will claim that they've got that completely, they've got their fiscal management completely at least on track.
In long term, this is with reference to what she announced as 4.5. But 4.5 itself is a very high fiscal deficit.
4.9.
No, now 4.9, but the goal of 4.5% itself is a very large fiscal deficit. Our act says 3%.
Yeah, 3.5%, 3%.
No, but nobody so far even bothered about the financial.
No. In the first term, it's the same government.
Yes, but now they're making an effort to at least tend in that direction.
That is what I am
to compliment them for being financially conservative and not being reckless.
Given the scale, I mean, one thing that the Modi government has tried to do is put its welfare schemes on scale. I mean, when you talk of 3 crore Awas Yojanas, they've tried in a way to saturate welfare schemes. So naturally there will be some pressure. They've had headroom because of the RBI dividend. The question that I have is, at the end of the day, Do you see this as a budget with political messaging or a budget that has set us on the roadmap for the next 5 years or 25 years, as the Prime Minister said? I saw nothing, Rahul, with due regard, to suggest what our roadmap for the next 5 or 25 years is.
Let's take the two big ideas. I want Subhash Garg to come in on the employment-linked incentives. The Congress is saying, "Ye to hamara idea tha." The BJP is saying, "We've brought it, so obviously it's our idea." But the big question is, by giving these incentives to employees and employers, will it actually foster job creation in your view?
So the emphasis on employment and job creation is fabulous.
Yes.
It has to be there, it must be there. But when you go into the contents of it, I think we will need to go more. My sense, the way I read, is that a lot of it is still in the form of giving some PF kind of contributions, which are there for last 7 years. We have ABRY, before that we have another scheme which was doing for last 7 years. So is there a new way?
No, but do they work? So does a financial incentive for job creation work in this fashion?
May not actually work. It adds to the new EPFO numbers, etc., which we see quite often. How would the new internship scheme would act?
No, so I'll come to internships in just a moment.
A friend of mine just sent me a message saying that I think one of the schemes that they've got for employment link is based on the fact that your first job gets you 1 lakh and more. Now, many of them are arguing, where am I going to...
up to 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh and more.
1 lakh and more. Up to 1 lakh. It is up to jobs that pay 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh.
Yeah,
now, the question is that how many jobs eventually will actually benefit from this? How many employers will actually take advantage of this ELI scheme?
That is very important. Does something substitute? Or it's actually a new job?
But even if it substitutes, at least those jobs are now in the formal market.
One goes out, another comes in.
No, but the biggest question, Harsh, is will this limited incentive encourage any employer to add to the number of people he employs because of this incentive that's been given?
To add to Mr. Garg's point, it is possible that instead of informal jobs on the margin, that job might now become a classified formal sector job.
To claim the incentive.
Yeah, but then that helps the employee to get some kind of protections in terms of hiring and firing, some pensions, some at least 2-3 months of cooling off period if they have to, then
the employer will compare the advantages of getting this incentive versus the disadvantage of having this guy formally on his rolls.
Exactly. So it moves the needle.
Why do you think it will work? Because that's one of the big ideas, the employment-linked incentive. It sounds phenomenal in theory. Does it, in your view, could it work in practice?
No, I think it will work in practice. Because the employer for the first time will have the incentive not to hire contract labor, but to hire formal labor on its rolls. I think that's a very big idea. And
25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, MSMEs को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग ही है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान्स, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे, तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन, तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई हैं। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सैचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
After Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget for 2024, the Prime Minister also elucidating what Nirmala Sitharaman said, where the focus on this year's budget in 2024, number one, job creation, women, farmers, youth and the poor. He also, the Prime Minister, reiterated the stress on infrastructure development where the country is concerned and moving towards solid job creations. Also talking about how this budget will go on to help small industries, the middle class, as well as where the farmers are concerned. The budget empowers poor and the farmers of India is something that the Prime Minister reiterated. Nirmala Sitharaman, even before presenting the Union Budget 2024, said that the focus this time will be on four major classes: the poor, women, youth and the farmers. And the Prime Minister reiterating that, also saying that this budget will prove to be a big boost when it comes down to the middle class of the country. From changes in income tax slabs under the new tax regime to revision in custom duties, but importantly, the biggest thrust of this Union Budget 2024, viewers, a push towards job creation. And the Prime Minister reiterating that as well. Well, on the other hand, where infrastructure is concerned, massive bonanza being announced on infrastructural development across the country. Especially two states have got a fair chunk, one would suggest, keeping them in good humor. And those are the states of Bihar and the states of Andhra Pradesh, run by the two key allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the JDU as well as the TDP. On the other hand, the Prime Minister elucidating on how MSMEs will give employment to the poor. He spoke of the apprenticeship scheme. He spoke of manufacturing, export prioritized in this particular budget of 2024. And ultimately also saying, revisiting and speaking of the startup dream and saying this will give a big push where startups in India are concerned. Of course, the opposition has come out in strong contention and criticized the budget, some of them walking out of the parliament as well. And most MPs of the TMC staged a walkout saying that not much was offered where the state of Bengal was concerned. And like I said earlier, two states have been kept in very, very good humor, and those are the states of Bihar and the states of Andhra Pradesh, run by key allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Nirmala Sitharaman's massive 15,000 crore bonanza for Andhra Pradesh, announcing a host of developmental projects for Andhra Pradesh in this year's budget. The announcement now is significant as Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh turned out to be, like I pointed out earlier, a kingmaker after Lok Sabha results. Now, in a strategic move, the centre has pledged to offer 15,000 crore assistance for the development of Andhra Pradesh capital city. This initiative aims to boost infrastructure, create employment opportunities and enhance the overall growth of Andhra Pradesh. The budget boost was well received by the Andhra government, with its netas thanking the Modi Sarkar.
Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways and roads. in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided.
तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिन्होंने एक वादा किया था कि आंध्रा की देखभाल हम करेंगे और उन्होंने आज किया है बजट के रूप में। जो कैपिटल की बात आती है, 5 साल जब जगनमोहन रेड्डी की सरकार आंध्रा में थी तो नो कैपिटल स्टेट कर दिया था, अमरावती को पूरी तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया। वहाँ पे किसानों के साथ जो हमारी एक एग्रीमेंट थी उस सबको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया। तो उसको एक बल देने के लिए आज 15,000 करोड़ का पैकेज एक जो दिया हुआ है, उसके लिए हम अपने किसानों की तरफ से, स्टेट की तरफ से हम शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहेंगे। ये केवल एक बजट वाला इशू नहीं है, ये इमोशनल इशू है आंध्रा के लिए। उसको एक जगह मिला है आज बजट में। और पोलोवरम प्रोजेक्ट जो लाइफलाइन है आंध्रा के लिए, उसके बारे में भी उन्होंने बोला है कि वो ऑन टाइम वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ कंप्लीट करेंगे।
My colleague Apurva, who's joining us from Amravati for more on this. Apurva, this is exactly what the TDP wanted. They had kept their head down and they were hoping that they get what they demanded as their pound of flesh. And it seems it's been delivered. Chandrababu Naidu today would be in good humor.
Well, that's right, Preeti. In fact, it's been quite a phenomenal, outcome from the budget there for the state of Andhra Pradesh. In fact, Amravati, which is a long-standing, much-needed capital there, there's been a lot of funds that have been allocated by the union government there with respect to Amravati. 15,000 crores. Not only that, we're also seeing that there's going to be special focus that is going to be given to the much-awaited Polavaram project, which is still incomplete, as well as special districts like Rayalaseema and other districts as well. They're going to be given a lot of importance and development. That's what this budget has shown for the state of Andhra Pradesh. We are seeing this after quite several number of visits that Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu in the India Alliance had made to and from Amravati here to go to Delhi. He had met with Union Minister, he's met with the Prime Minister, he's met with the Home Minister Amit Shah, Mr. Modi there. All of these talks that had taken place over the last 2 months since the NDA has come into governance here, and that's what we are also seeing in terms of what has been allocated in the budget. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu had specifically talked about the development of Amravati there as the capital, much needed capital for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Last 5 years, there hadn't been any capital there. In fact, for the last decade, there hasn't been any capital for the state of Andhra Pradesh. In fact, and we're also going to see how important it is for the development as well, for the state of Andhra Pradesh as well. The funds as well as for agriculture, we're seeing a lot of demands that have taken place, as well as for an overall roundness as well, that we are seeing this budget having allocated for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Preeti.
Appreciate you joining us, Apurva. We're going to come back to you. Andhra Pradesh kept happy, but not just Andhra. The other ally, JDU, and the state of Bihar also kept very, very happy in this budget. After the special status snub, centre's big boost now for Bihar in the budget session. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced that the centre will provide financial aid to Bihar for developmental projects, from new connectivity projects to improved sports infrastructure. Bihar got the best of the budget. The centre will build new airports, medical colleges, sports infrastructure. The centre will spend a total of 15,000 crores to build this infrastructure in the state. The government's proposed 26,000 crores for various road projects. New expressways between Patna and Purnia and Buxar and Bhagalpur will also be built. An additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga will also be constructed. Bihar has also been given a rupees 11,500 crore flood mitigation package. Nalanda University will also be promoted as a tourist spot apart from being an educational centre. Meanwhile, RJD took a pot shot at the centre and called the budget allocation a lollipop. RJD said that youth are still waiting for employment.
On the Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited.
All right, let's cut across to my colleague Aditya Weber, who's joining us live from Patna. Aditya, the JDU would be very, very happy. This is what they were aiming at. They did not want special status ultimately, but they wanted a sizable chunk of allotment when it came down to the budget 2024. They've extracted that pound of flesh.
Well, exactly. As far as the JDU is concerned, of course, the leaders are apparently very happy over the major allocation that has been done by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she spoke her budget speech today. Notable is the fact that the way things have panned out, the opposition is still targeting the NDA government for you can say downsizing the prospects of Bihar as far as the special status is concerned. But then the NDA leaders and the JDU leaders in particular, they are very happy about the allocations that have been made. We happen to talk to Bihar Minister Vijay Kumar Chaudhary, who categorically blamed the erstwhile UPA government for the status not being accorded by the centre to the state of Bihar because of the interministerial group which actually came out with its finding that the NDC guidelines categorically claim that the case of Bihar is not made out. But now that the budgetary allocations have been made, of course the NDA leaders from the state of Bihar, they are very happy. And notable is the fact that they are also trying to highlight the fact that when Rabri Devi used to be the chief minister and Atal Bihari Vajpayee used to be the prime minister, major allocations were done by the then NDA government to the state of Bihar, but then the Bihar government could not consume the funds allocated. So this time the funds have been allocated and the NDA leaders are now claiming that the entire fund will be consumed for the development of the state of Bihar. Preeti.
Appreciate you joining us, Aditya. We'll come back to you for more. Let's quickly dip in. All right, we are getting in news break coming in right now. Rahul Gandhi has taken on the Prime Minister over the bonanza to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Rahul Gandhi has just posted on the social media platform X, Kursi Bachao budget. Appease allies, hollow promises to them at the cost of other states. Appease cronies, benefits to AA with no relief for the common Indian. Where he says benefits to AA, practically meaning the two industrialists, copy and paste Congress manifesto and previous budgets. He also goes on to allege that the finance minister actually copy-pasted the Congress manifesto and the previous budgets of the Congress manifesto. The Congress alleging, especially when it came down to the apprenticeship or the internship scheme, it is exactly what the Congress manifesto had stated, and this is what the government has done. But but a larger attack fronted by Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Parliament, at the Prime Minister, who has named or labelled this budget as Kursi Bachao budget. Primarily suggesting that the states of Andhra Pradesh and the states of Bihar have been benefited at the cost of the rest of the country, primarily to appease them. Hollow promises to them at the cost of other states is what Rahul Gandhi has stated. Rahul Gautam, my colleague, joining us on the phone line for more. Rahul Gandhi suggesting that this is a copy-paste of the Congress manifesto and Congress budget, and on the other hand, also attacking the Prime Minister and calling this a Kursi Bachao budget.
Absolutely, Preeti, and this is the stance that has been taken by Congress Party, that how government has brought in this budget essentially to save the government and to appease the allies like JDU and TDP specifically, and how budgets, special allocations have been made these two states at the cost of other states. For example, we also saw Punjab MPs protesting and saying that why not once Punjab was mentioned in the FM speech. Similarly, the other MPs are also making the allegations. So Rahul Gandhi suggesting that this has been done at the cost of common taxpayers and giving respite to big crony, capitalists. And in fact, he also said that they have taken a cue also from Congress manifesto. For example, pledging money to those who are going to do the internship. So clearly, in a way, you can say the Congress MP is now increasing the heat. The leader of opposition is increasing the heat on the issue of budget. You can expect that now Congress leaders will take this issue to the people and will certainly try to corner the government in Parliament in both the houses as well.
All right. Appreciate you joining us. Rahul Gautam there, getting us the Congress's perspective on the budget. But a lot has gone down, viewers, in terms of political reactions, especially on the allocations to Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Listen in.
बिहार में जो नेपाल से फ्लड आते हैं, उसको सिर्फ बिहार का प्रॉब्लम मत देखिए। बिहार में नेपाल से जो फ्लड्स आते हैं बरसात के समय में, तबाही मचते हैं, ये देश का समस्या है। इसको सिर्फ बिहार का समस्या क्यों बोलते हैं विपक्ष के लोग? ये बिहार क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? बिहार का समस्या, बिहार का फ्लड का समस्या सालों से चलते आ रहे हैं। इसको इतना बड़ा कदम इस बार मोदी जी ने उठाया है, तो सबको इसको सराहना करना चाहिए, इसको वेलकम करना चाहिए।
हम लोग की मांग रही थी कि जब तक विशेष राज्य के दर्जे का दर्जा हम लोग को नहीं मिलता, स्पेशल पैकेजेस हम लोग को दिए जाएं। मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा मेरे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का, मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा हमारी वित्त मंत्री आदरणीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी का कि उन्होंने बिहार को जिस तरीके से स्पेशल पैकेजेस देकर, और मेरे लिए बिहारी होने के नाते खुशी की बात है, और मेरी पार्टी लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास ने हमेशा बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट के विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ने का काम किया है। इस बजट में बिहार फर्स्ट, बिहारी फर्स्ट को भी धरातल पर उतारने के प्रावधान दिए गए हैं।
बिहार में जिस कहते हैं, हम बिहार में बहार है, एनडीए का सरकार है। बिहार को सुपर पैकेज के रूप में दिया गया।
हाँ, बिहार की चिंता हुई है, तो मैं आपसे एक बात कहूंगा, अगर नेपाल की नदियां आती हैं तो पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश को प्रभावित करती हैं कि नहीं? उन पर काम होना चाहिए कि नहीं? पटना पुनिया सड़क बनेगी तो नेपाल के बॉर्डर और चाइना बॉर्डर की स्ट्रेटेजिक सिक्योरिटी बढ़ेगी कि नहीं बढ़ेगी? नालंदा देश का केंद्र है ना। बोध गया में महाबोधि टेम्पल में दुनिया के पर्यटक आते हैं ना। वही हाल है अपने विष्णुपद मंदिर का। तो राजगीर, नालंदा, बोध गया अगर टूरिस्ट बना हब बनेगा तो टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, देश का भी विकास होगा।
सबसे पहले तो मैं नीतीश कुमार जी के प्रयासों की सराहना करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने एनडीए के साथियों के साथ बिहार के उत्थान और विकास के लिए निरंतर प्रधानमंत्री और वित्त मंत्री से विमर्श किया। एक दूसरा, टीएमसी के प्रतिनिधि के वक्तव्य से साबित होता है, जिसमें वो कहते हैं कि ये बजट बिहार का है, तो ये बिहार के उत्थान का बजट है, ऐसा हमसे नाइतफाकी रखने वाले लोग भी मानते हैं।
लगातार हत्या हो रहा है, मर्डर हो रहा है, चोरी डकैती सब हो रहा है, मजदूरों को मजदूरी नहीं मिल रहा है,
रोजगार नहीं मिल रहा है। किसानों का खाद बीज सस्ता करना चाहिए, महंगाई पर रोक लगाना चाहिए। पेट्रोल डीजल सब महंगा है, किसान क्या करेगा? बिजली, किसानों को बिजली भी नहीं मिलता है, झुनझुना है, रेलवे के झुनझुना है।
मांगा था स्पेशल पैकेज, मांगा था स्पेशल स्टेटस, और दिया क्या? वही ऑनगोइंग स्कीम को जोड़ के बता दिया। नई राजधानी के लिए क्या हुआ? कहा था ना बसाएंगे। जो आंध्रा जब निर्माण हुआ था, जो कहा गया था हुआ। 10 साल से जब से ये आए तब से हमारी सरकार तो नहीं आई। तो बिहार के साथ नाइंसाफ़ी, आंध्रा के साथ नाइंसाफ़ी, अब इन दोनों के मुख्यमंत्रियों को तय करना चाहिए कि इस सरकार से समर्थन वापस लेंगे या चालू रखें।
All right, so this has been the cumulative political response to the budget, understandably so. The opposition, number one, not very happy where the allocations or the massive infrastructural allocations that have been given to the state of Bihar and the state of Andhra Pradesh. And that primarily stems from the fact of the tweet by leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, where he has called it Kursi Bachao budget, where he has alleged that this government is directing the budget to practically appease two states, and at the cost of that, others will suffer. On the other hand, you've had the Bharatiya Janata Party come out very strongly defending the budget, the government and its allies defending the budget, suggesting, especially where Bihar is concerned, it was a state in need and this budget allocation was desperately wanted in the state. Meanwhile, opposition clearly not happy, which I pointed out earlier, with the budget. Taking on the Modi 3.0 budget, opposition leaders said this year's budget is not a budget for India, but a budget for allies, which we just pointed out. Congress trained its guns on the centre for skipping the census yet again in the budget this time. Bengal breathed fire on Modi government for snubbing the state. Sena UBT too took on the centre for not including budget for Maharashtra's development, calling it Pradhan Mantri Sarkar Bachao Yojana. The opposition said this year's budget is nothing but a bid to save Modi Sarkar, since the BJP is dependent on its two crucial allies of JDU and TDP. All right, let's cut across and get in reactions. Naresh Trehan joining us right now, Chairman, Managing Director, Global Health Limited. Mr. Trehan, how do you rate the budget this year, especially where health and pharma sector is concerned?
So you break it up in three. Overall budget seems to be well balanced, but if you look at the allocation for health, there has been very little. So whatever one part which is good is the fact that the cancer drugs, the duty on them have been reduced or eliminated. Then that will help people who are undergoing cancer treatment, which is quite expensive, and cutting of duty will actually help them to be able to save a fair amount on their treatment. So that's a good thing. The other thing is that a small succor has been given to X-ray tubes and flat panels, but very little otherwise. So what we had requested was, and it has been always there, is the fact that overall allocation to health budget has not been changed. That would have helped, because there are many schemes that need to be well funded, including Ayushman, which is a very important scheme to provide care to the last person standing, every citizen of India. So now we feel there are two things that are challenges right now which were not addressed. One is that healthcare is GST paid. We pay on our inputs GST, but we don't get any set off. So that causes distress to the providers, especially the smaller hospitals. The second thing is that the gap between delivery of care and payments from government schemes is quite delayed. So what happens is, again, it puts stress especially on the smaller hospitals. So the request is basically, and it can still be done, is that the different schemes can be funded better or with a higher allocation, and also the fact that there are overall, the fact that we pay large duties on our equipment that we import from overseas, with the changing parity between rupee and dollar, which keeps increasing, that the duties have gone up proportionately, also increasing the input cost. So anything the government could do to reduce the input costs will only be passed on to the patient, so that healthcare becomes more and more affordable by all. That's our overall goal.
Mr. Train, custom concessions on cancer drugs, on X-ray machines, you see that as a silver lining for something, and correct me if I'm wrong, which you largely see where the health, infrastructure push is concerned as disappointing in this budget. But, Mr. Train, do you also feel maybe the government should have pushed, or there was a lack of public investment announcements in healthcare, which of course add more pressure to the private healthcare system?
Yeah, of course they should. That's what I'm saying. The overall allocation should be more, and that includes everything. And especially all government spending will go on public infrastructure, which is most welcome. Because ultimately the goal, overarching goal is the same, that to provide health care to every citizen of India at an affordable cost, and no matter who pays for it. The other part is that the good part that is in the budget is on the skilling. Because I also am the chair of the Health Sector Skill Council, and that will help to actually the favorable environment that has been created for skilling and for internships, and the incentives given are most welcome. So on the other hand, like I'm saying, there is good news for all the people, because hospitals are employing the largest, for every bed created, we employ 5 to 6 people. So that's a good thing to happen for us also, that as skilling improves, the quality of healthcare professionals will also improve. And also there is a big benefit that we can do as a country, because the whole world is actually short of healthcare providers. So we have a big opportunity that if we skill our people well, they can go and serve around the world, which will be a big favor in favor of our country as far as inward remittances and the pride of the country is concerned.
Mr. Nirmala, the fine print on the on the apprenticeship scheme that you mentioned is still unclear. But would you reckon, especially in the health sector, that it is something that could be implemented on the ground level?
So, there is a noise in the studio. If you can talk a little louder, it will help.
Mr. Train, just one quick question before we let you go, sir. Would you reckon, because the fine print on the apprenticeship scheme is still right now unclear, but in the health sector, do you see the scheme actually working out on a basic ground level?
Yes, of course. Like you said, there is still a little bit of mystery about which is not clear as it clarifies, but I'm sure it will be inclusive of all skills. So Health Sector Skill Council will also benefit in our ability to train more and more and be able to induct more and more people, because they will reap the benefits of these schemes.
So bittersweet is what we'd call it for the health sector, Mr. Trehan. Would you agree?
Yeah, you're right. I agree.
All right, sir. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Dr. Naresh Trehan there giving us his perspective, especially where the health and pharma sector is concerned, and the budget allocation that not too happy, but does see a silver lining there. Meanwhile, let's get back to all the politics that is swirling around the budget of 2024. Opposition clearly not happy with the budget, and that reflected in the various reactions that came in, where opposition ranks across the party actually labelled this an attempt to save the government and only look at appeasing allies, which is the JDU and the TDP. Listen in.
सरकार बचानी है तो अच्छी बात है कि बिहार को, आंध्र प्रदेश को कुछ विशेष पैकेज या विशेष योजनाओं से जोड़ा गया है। बेरोजगारी इन्होंने बढ़ाई है। 10 साल में जो इतनी बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई, उसको कैसे कम करें, और वो भी आधी अधूरी नौकरी से। आप 2 साल की, 1 साल की या कुछ ट्रेनिंग करा करके नौकरी या रोजगार का सपना दिखा रहे हैं। देश का नौजवान अपना भविष्य बनाने के लिए पक्की नौकरी चाहता है। और फिर जो आधी अधूरी नौकरी है क्या उसमें आरक्षण होगा?
I understand their political compulsions of pandering to the demands of their alliance partners from Andhra and Bihar, and they have, I think, acceded to their demands to some extent. But they have also taken some elements from our manifesto, particularly the apprentice scheme. So we'll have to see whether they have also announced a lot of new schemes, which are tongue-twisting names which I can't pronounce, whether they are new schemes or whether they're just rebranding old schemes, and we'll have to see what has happened to the old schemes as well.
I think this budget should be called Pradhan Mantri Sarkar Bachao Yojana, because they have realized that this government, if it has to be saved for the next 5 years, they would need their alliance partners, and these alliance partners need to be kept happy. Two states that have been focused off is Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. After denying Bihar a special status, after denying Andhra Pradesh a special status, they've given funds. What is unfortunate, however, is that Maharashtra continues to be ignored by the centre. Maharashtra has become a state where you keep sucking in money from, a cash-rich state where you keep taking money from, but do not give it money for its infrastructure needs and its development.
All right, we're going to go into a quick break, and when we return, we're going to focus on the biggest possible announcement in the budget 2024, or rather the biggest highlight, the big jobs push in Modi 3.0 budget. Centre announces employment-linked incentives. Details coming up on that. Do stay with me.
To say hello, I'm so fly. You took a nosedive. Careful when you play on my level. For you it's so. Hey, hello.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra. Flip the script.
Hello, Moto.
टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल इज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल इज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
Nothing is there. Rural job scheme কিছুই বাড়ানো হয়নি, কিছুই করেনি, এবং আমাদের রাজ্যে আদৌ দিয়েছে কিনা সেটা আমরা দেখতে হবে। গত 3 বার বাজেটে ছিল না, বইটা দেখতে হবে। নো আমাদের 1,75,000 কোটি টাকা না পাওনা আছে, 1,71,000 crores pending with the central government. Nothing is being given to us. Central government हमारा उसका पास पड़ा है 1,71,000 रुपीज, लेकिन इसमें एक पैसा भी नहीं दिया गया। उपरंतु बंगाल को वंचित किया है। 1,71,000 কোটি টাকার উপর আমরা পাই সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে। আমাদের টাকা এখান থেকে জিএসটি তুলে নিয়ে গেছে।
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News. Do stay tuned. On the other side, news and updates continue.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
have fallen for the scam have ended up losing a lot of money, including a Chandigarh man who lost a whopping 1 lakh rupees exactly with the same modus operandi. Have you too been a victim to such scam? What can you do really to be safe here? Here's what Mumbai's citizens really have to say.
So have you ever received a scam text message or a phone call?
Yes, I have. That happens, I guess, to all of us.
Yeah, it was just today when I received an email from an unknown email ID on my official work account saying, "Hi, I'm not able to reach to your mobile number. Could you provide me with an alternate contact number?" It was very obvious that the scammer didn't have any of my mobile numbers and a random email ID was tried.
Have you ever received a scam text message or a phone call?
Yes, multiple times.
How do you differentiate between a scam message or a phone call versus a legitimate one?
So I think the first thing is that I have an app installed in my phone which shows me if an unknown number is calling me, it shows that it's a spam call. So I don't receive it at all.
Generally in scam messages, there are either a link is attached or the text message is generally unusual.
You have to see that the links are verified or not, because the verified links comes with a proper message.
And what measures do you personally take to stay safe online?
So now it has happened with me so many times that I often end up recording such incidents. Now whenever such a scam happens and I realize that it's a scam, I record it and share it with my friends so that they also understand that okay, this is how I can be scammed as well.
There are a few accounts on Instagram which keep you updated and they keep telling you about the new scams that are coming in the market. So I tend to follow those. I try to look at a few YouTube videos where they tell us about the scams.
Before trusting anybody, just make sure that the guy or the girl you're sending details to.
So usually with context to messages, I usually block the unusual messages. And with respect to online, whenever I do transaction online, I usually do it from the Chrome, and generally I don't give my card details to any fishy sites unless and until I'm aware of the site.
Presented by LIC, Zindagi ke saath bhi, Zindagi ke baad bhi. Co-powered by new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass.
Good afternoon, welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. It's the big budget day, and with the announcements that have come in, the focus may have been Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, but what next? In case you missed it, all the highlights and snippets in this hour. Let's begin first with headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi appreciates Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget, says budget empowers poor and farmers of India. Modi's Har Ghar entrepreneur pitch hails employment-linked incentive scheme.
आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा।
It's the big budget bonanza for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development in Andhra Pradesh, while 26,000 crore for road connectivity in Bihar. But political showdown over that has already erupted. Opposition is fuming, calling it a budget to save Modi's chair. Big jobs push in Modi 3.0 budget. Centre announces employment-linked incentives. 1 month wage for new entrants in the workforce. Internship scheme in 500 firms for 1 crore youth. Aim to employ 5 million additional people. Meanwhile, there's marginal relief in the personal tax. Standard deduction hiked from 50,000 to 75,000 in new regime. Deduction is on family pension enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000. Salaried employees will now be able to save 17,500 in income tax.
Let's go more specific. Mobile and accessories will likely get cheaper as custom duty has been slashed. Gold, silver, platinum also likely to get cheaper. So in case you missed, let me take you through now the highlights and break it down for you about what precisely was announced in the Union Budget 2024. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her 7th straight and record budget, focusing on youth entering into the workforce. They got special bonanza as well. Here's what happened. First, Prime Minister Modi congratulated the Finance Minister, saying that the budget was a booster for youth and on employment. Announcement was made for the job sector, including employment-linked incentives, 1 month wage for the new entrants in the workforce, monetary support for employers, job creation in manufacturing specifically, as India intends to become a manufacturing hub. But there will also be a scheme to skill about 20 lakh youth. The budget basically proposes that women-specific skilling programs will also be initiated. There's a 4-year support scheme and internship scheme in 500 firms for 1 crore young men and women. The aim will be to employ 5 million additional people, one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees for interns and 5,000 incentive per month for the interns as well. These are the details on your screens. One by one, we'll break it down for you. Let's listen in first to some of the highlights as spoken by the Finance Minister.
साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़ा, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे।
Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees.
So I'm going to now go across to the Confederation of Indian Industry, the CII, where India Today's Rahul Kanwal is in conversation with top industry experts. Rahul, over to you.
The big focus of the union budget for FY 24-25 has been on jobonomics. An admission by the government that jobs need to be taken as the central economic and political priority, and they've thrown some financial ammunition at trying to address this challenge. On the one side, you've got an admission. The question, though, is will it work? The government introducing employment-linked incentives, the government introducing internship incentives. Does this in any way change the hiring outlook in corporate India? Because if the question is of job creation, that's really what it boils down to. Will any company hire more because of these new government schemes? To talk about this, I'm joined by a very distinguished and eminent panel here at the India Today CII Budget Roundtable. I want to start by introducing the President of CII for this year, Sanjeev Puri. Thank you very much, Mr. Puri, for joining us. He's also the Chairman and Managing Director of ITC Limited. Flanking him, we've got Rajiv Memani. Rajiv Memani heads up Ernst & Young in India. Mr. Memani, welcome. Great to have you with us. To my left is R. Mukundan, who heads Tata Chemicals as its CEO. Flanking him, we've got Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson for sustainability at Renew Power. Welcome. Joining us in a changed capacity this time. We had him in the interim budget. That time he was batting for the other side. Gaurav Vallabh, spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you and appreciate you joining us. So Deepak Shetty is with us. He is the CEO and Managing Director of JCB India. Welcome, sir. So let me start by asking Sanjeev Puri. Typically, companies have a fixed employment outlook for the year based on their projections of demand, based on their assessment of how much revenue they're likely to generate. Now the government says, not just to you, but to everyone in general, that we'd like you to hire more and therefore we're offering these additional incentives. Do you think the package of incentives that have been offered actually increase the amount of jobs that get created?
Okay, let me first start by saying that the whole premise is one, of course, of creating jobs. Second is about employability, because today you do find positions that are vacant and you're not able to get enough people. And the third is also about quality of jobs and incomes. So if you look at the budget holistically, I think it addresses all these three. I think just the resource part of the incentive is one piece of it. So there's a lot of impetus on skilling and education, lot of schemes there involving top 500 corporates, etc. When we come to this whole area about quality of incomes, that's about formalization, it's about agriculture productivity. That's where the quality of incomes will go up. So that's been squarely addressed. As far as the specific resources that are being allocated for as incentives to employment, I think employment linked scheme is something that I think the industry was also recommending, CII was recommending it. So what that it does provide impetus to both formalization, and it provides impetus to additional opportunities getting created. Like it's about when you're kick-starting a system, just like the PLI, you're providing some incentives. These incentives are not there forever. So the initial factor cost of starting are actually getting moderated, and therefore that will provide some impetus. So that's the whole idea.
So that's the idea.
That's the whole idea, and that's what industry also had suggested employee-linked incentive.
Rajiv Amani, do you have an outlook for how many more additional jobs may potentially be created because of the employment-linked incentives that the government has offered? One is talk. I'm trying to understand what is the actual action and outcome.
See, I think Sanjeev captured it very well. The most important thing, Rahul, in this is the intent of the government. And I think the intent of the government, how do jobs get created? Jobs get created because government provides the nudges. I think these are the nudges that the government has provided. You have a strong economy and you have resilience in the economy. So it's not just today, but the next 5 years. So, if you look at the quality of macroeconomics and everything else, so it encourages people, makes them more confident to hire. So to answer your specific question, it may not impact the largest 10, 15, 20, 50 companies to make a difference, but for generally for mid-market companies, for MSMEs, and directionally, it's very clear that for anyone who is there, you always try and align yourself with where the policy is going, that the government wants you to hire more youngsters coming out of college. They want you to train more people.
Always wanted to.
No, but they're putting money where their mouth is. I think this kind of incentive has never been provided. A new person who gets a job gets paid 45,000 rupees by the government, 15,000 rupees per month. So imagine, Rahul, if you were first time joining a news channel and someone told you that you are going to get 45,000 rupees, that's a big deal from an Indian perspective. Maybe.
No, sure, but ultimately that particular news channel or whichever organization has to decide that they want that person on board. That comes down to employment outlook and whether any company feels, and I want to bring in Chandrajit Banerjee because he's been pushing for employment-linked incentives. Now you have them. Now the question is, do you have an estimate for CI on how many additional jobs you think could potentially get created as a consequence of these new incentives?
See, this issue that industry faces, and we keep talking about the mismatch between what you require and the people with those expertise and skills. This particular scheme I see being able to be an enabler where you get great exposure. Say, for instance, for the large companies that was talked about, 500.
That's incentives for internships. I'm talking about employment-linked incentives, and I'm trying to understand on behalf of our viewers whether it creates more net jobs than what companies would have wanted to create in the absence of these incentives.
So just like the PLI had done, increased production and increased investment in those particular sectors, here we will see the companies who are able to invest or employ more are being incentivized to employ more. They would obviously be able to show that, because Today people need to employ. There is a gap of employment, and this really facilitates them to take in more. The numbers will come. You've heard about the numbers. I mean, we spoke about certain numbers in the budget estimates itself. But I do see a lot coming in, because even the mid-sized companies would be able to do that.
No, but Mr. Puri, for example, you decide on behalf of Hindustan Unilever, I'm just making up the numbers, that you want to hire 1,000 people this year. Now you have these incentives. Rajiv Memani is telling us you will get 45,000 rupees, which is me entering the job market for the first time. Why do these incentives take up your number from 1,000 to 1,100?
See, I think we have to look at this whole subject holistically.
Yes.
It's about employment and employability.
Correct.
Employability itself will add to the headcount. Today, you've heard there have been media reports that there are certain requirements and the resources are not available. So, moment you increase employability, more jobs will be, headcount will be added. It's not that new jobs are added, but there are open positions.
So not in companies like yours, they can train in companies like yours and work with some of the MSME companies.
That's the second part of it. I'm saying even large companies, the large companies who have announced they do not have the pipeline of the trained resources to hire. I have so many 25,000 open. So what this is doing is that it is putting a lot of focus on employability by giving exposure to first timers by apprenticeship, etc. So once the pool of skilled employees is increased, more headcount will get added. And of course, for smaller companies, it is a much larger benefit. It provides the financial incentives and it provides the skilled resources. So we have to look at
provided they have the appetite to want to hire.
So appetite is
there in industry to hire, and when you are linking it to EPFO, you are actually helping formalization of jobs. And the numbers that have been talked about are something like a 210 lakh crore, 210 lakhs, 10 lakh people who can be impacted with that.
No, because if it gets added to the employee provident
that's
fund,
right, and so you are helping formalization.
The employer has to also deal with all the current labor laws in the way that
that's
they exist.
why we are also parallelly talking about labor, the factor market reforms, which include labor in a big way.
Which as of now is stock, and there hasn't been action on it.
It has been told that if the states do, states will be incentivized. That carrot and stick type of a thing has been given, that states which do second gen reforms will be incentivized more. So that part has been well mentioned in the budget.
But there's also the politics of these factors of production reforms. We saw what happened with the land acquisition bill. We also saw what happened when the farm bills were tried to be changed by the government. I want to go across to Gaurav.
Yes, this is real money going in, especially in MSMEs and others. This is real money going in the hand. So
no, so do you see some people who were earlier in the informal sector now being formally brought on the rolls?
Correct, absolutely. Yeah. And this is real money going through.
No, but take for example a mid-sized company. Yeah. It's very easy for him to have contractual workers. The moment he brings them on board, he has to deal with labor laws as they exist at the moment, not what Chandrajit Banerjee is saying. At some point in time, that particular state government may reform those labor laws.
They're already dealing with 150. They'll probably deal with 200. So it's not that difficult that if you're dealing with 150, you can't deal with 200. It's also a question of economics where you're not sure how long you want to keep, tenure and everything. This is government providing financial incentive. People will make their own decisions. But I'm presuming that financial incentive will make a decision more towards leaning towards hiring more than...
No, but I haven't heard anyone say so far on their own behalf that this enhances my own employment outlook. Mr. Mukundan, you want to say it with everyone saying, okay, this will have a benefit on employability for MSMEs, we'll train them up, which is understandable. But Vaishali, do you feel this way, that this will increase the number of people you were planning to hire vis-a-vis what you were trying to hire previously?
So I can probably give you an anecdotal example.
Yes.
When we were executing our expansion project, it came down to shortage of welders.
Okay.
Our project got delayed by almost 3 months because shortage of welders. Now, you can't train them overnight because these are very specialized skills. I think fundamentally what we are saying is these are friction in the job market which we need to ease. And
no, but where will these welders get trained in the new... In the big 500 companies, you'll have these internships for which you'll get incentives, but they're not probably for welding, right?
So we actually got some of these people out of colleges, out of those diploma schools and trained them in our plant.
That's fine. You're upskilling. But I'm saying, how do these current new set of incentives deal with the welder problem, for example.
So it's not an isolated issue, Rahul. I think the way what I would say is that, is there an impetus for growth in the budget? Sure. There is certainly an impetus for growth in the budget. Is there an impetus to improve competitiveness through focus on logistics and power sector reforms and moving ahead on that? There is certainly that will certainly grow the GDP. Manufacturing sector grew by 9%. But really when you go and meet the companies on the field, I can clearly tell you, while jobs is an issue in the community, the companies are saying, I don't have skilled manpower. The shortage is very, very apparent. That's what Chandrajit has been highlighting. And how do you bridge the gap? Bridging the gap comes from having a workforce which is rightly skilled. And that skilling is one issue we have not focused on. In India, the focus has mostly been getting graduation degrees, college degrees, but not the skilled.
What you're saying is true in general, Vaishali. I'm trying to understand the specific outcome of this budget announcement, and I haven't heard from anyone saying I will hire more as a result of these employment-linked incentives.
Rahul, you're raising a good point,
yes.
But just stepping back again, not of course it's going to help. And it's not only this, but it's also the whole approach, the broad approach towards, skilling, capacity building, inclusivity. So if you look at, the hub and spoke for capacity building and engaging institutions, hiring, first-time job seekers, and the government saying that we are going to give you your first salary. I think this is messaging to say that...
No, it's messaging. I understand the messaging.
Right.
I'm trying to understand and distill outcomes, potential outcomes, right?
Outcomes will be that our sector needs a lot of people to get to work. We need more women. So the whole issue about the hostels and the creches sounds like, nice to do. But honestly, if we want to get more women on our sites, these are absolutely critical. So it's going to help in us employing more women. It's going to help us to provide internships, because we do need a broad base of people who get skilled. Now, coming and working with us for a year is going to give them a brush to our sector, which will probably give them the base to go and look for other jobs.
But Gaurav Vallabh, you've seen what the challenge is here. Everyone's saying the messaging is on point, and it is. The government is accepting that employability, employment jobs is a central challenge, and they've put some muscle and money behind it. What is the end outcome? I'm saying, how far have we thought that through? So you've given some incentive. Now you have something to say. But what happens at the end? That's what I'm trying to understand. Have you thought that through?
Rahul, if we had gone through the India Employment Report 2024, one of the basic challenge was that there was no linking of the employment and the employability issue, which was highlighted by the previous speakers. But the answer to your question lies with the 5 schemes. You have to look into these 5 schemes comprehensively. One scheme says that I will train in 500 top companies 1 crore 21 to 24 age group interns.
These are largely big companies, right? So high turnover companies.
So they are providing a pool. Now the second scheme says that if you are going to hire, the 1 month salary will be contributed. So 2.1 crore people are going to get the employment under this. The third scheme says that we will provide employers with 3,000 rupees per month for their contribution in their PF. So that formalization should happen. The fourth scheme says that we will also train 20 lakh young people for the MSME sector in ITIs with the help of the state government.
Which you've been trying to do in any case.
And the fifth and the last scheme says that we are more focused of creating jobs in the manufacturing sector. That is what government is intended to do. The employment-centric manufacturing is the key of one of the key of this budget. So we have to think of this. This is a holistic, from the supply to getting the final job. The formalization of the economy is happening, and this is how these all 5 schemes are interlinked to each other.
But I'll compare it, if I can, briefly to say Agniveer, right? So you have these interns, they come and work with the 500 top companies. During the course of the internship, they acquire new skills. Now, like when you retire from the army, you're available for employment in any of the central paramilitary forces. But ultimately, you still need a job, right? So it comes down to that, Gaurav. That, okay, so you have this internship, actually, Rahul, and then what?
That is where I think the minister...
1 minute, Mukund. For example, Mukund wants to hire me, but I don't have that skill. But for example, I am getting internship in the Mukund's company, and I am getting for 1 year, and Mukund is not paying anything. The entire 1 year internship, the money is paid by the government. So Mukund will say, okay, let him do some work, see what he is doing, and after 1 year, Mukund is going to hire me because I had done free internship for Mukund's company. So I am now trained on the expense of government for Mukund's company. So he is going to hire me now.
Provided Mukund has the outlook and desire and appetite to want to hire more than otherwise. To some extent, for small and mid companies outside of the big 500, it does address
can I
the challenge. Yes.
add a point? I think Minister also said they're going to bring a digital platform where people getting skilled and trained in these 500 companies, their details are going to be available for people who want to employ them. So this is actually, there's a sixth level which is added to that, to say that not only, see, these 500 companies are the ones which will have training facilities. Firstly, I think it's not that MSME are going to have training facilities. So she is focused on these companies to say, listen, I think you provide the training to them and provide them high quality training so that these are extremely skilled. Then their data actually goes into the central network and it is available for MSME in Aurangabad who wants to hire, who are the people with this skill set available for me. And also, I think at some point they will also bring out a system by which the people who want to get employed can also look at the companies where these jobs are available and link them together. I think that is the missing piece. If you look at our own issue of employment exchanges, which were all started, we were physical. Now they're moving to a digital platform. And I think these are the steps in the right direction to build the...
Sure. So, no, the fact that the messaging is on point cannot be questioned. What we have to look at is ultimately what the likely outcome is.
So now let me just add to that. Okay, or maybe after him. Yeah. Let me.
No, so Deepak Shetty, just listen to my question. Now you've got these interns who come to the big 500 companies. These are interns you didn't necessarily want, but now the government is paying for them and you're kind of trying to play along. So you say, okay, aa jao. How do you ensure that they are gainfully employed for 1 year and that they actually acquire the skills? We've seen in the United States, for example, when such incentives were given, a lot of fudging happening. And if it happens in the United States, in India, jugaad goes into extreme levels, right? So how do you ensure they're actually getting skilled? They're not just taking the funds from the government and not getting the skills.
I'll answer both your questions.
Yes.
I'll give a specific example for the first question that you had. We had during COVID time set up a factory in Vadodara, completely export-oriented factory, focused on hardcore manufacturing. We recruited people from young team members, 18 years age, from ITIs of Gujarat. But the skills that they had were not good enough to allow them to weld components. We set up a facility with AR, VR technology. We used to put them through the training for 3-4 months, and after that they start production. The beauty about this scheme, as Mr. Vallabh rightly mentioned, is you can create a stream of people who you don't need to put on the job, but you can continuously train. So they acquire that skill, and when they are ready, you take them in. Today, your company, you have a large pool of people who are not contributing to the actual job, you are spending time in training. So this big need is addressed. The second point I wanted to make, for the industry to grow, if the MSME sector does not have the right skill sets and MSME sector does not grow, we will be the assembly capital of the world, will not be the manufacturing capital.
Okay, so you're providing a pool for the small and mid companies, that we totally understand. But let me ask you this question, Mr. Puri. Now you've got these interns, they come to you, everybody wants to come and intern at Hindustan Unilever. How do you ensure how they intern at ITC? How do you ensure that they are gainfully engaged, that they actually acquire skills? Because you will have to leave a certain amount of bandwidth to try and deal with these interns who the government is paying for.
No, so internship and training are well-established processes in organizations, and there is capacity to train more people, and it can be done. And they will of course be properly mentored and gainfully employed, etc. All that will happen. But I just want to come back to this earlier point that you've been stressing on how do the jobs get created. Now let me just build on what I thought, just building on the anecdote that Mukundan said. See what happens if your project gets delayed. If a project is delayed, by the time the project gets into production, the lead time increases. So once the project gets into production, the economic opportunities start arising. If it's get delayed, it is later, right? How often have we heard from MSME sector that I now have orders, but I don't have the people to fulfill? We have heard it in our ecosystem. So there is this unmet need also that we must recognize, and I think that is where much of the benefits will come from.
Here's a real concern. One, the potential for misuse based on what happened in an advanced economy like the United States, so much reportage in America on how the incentives were misused. If it can get misused in the US, the chances of misuse in India are higher. And secondly, how do you ensure that during that internship, the youngster who comes to you gets the bandwidth from people at the lower levels of management to actually acquire the skills that Mr. Mukundan's company will later require potentially?
So I think there's one important thing that happens in that 1 year, and that is you train and you give him a certificate, which is the government norms, the NCVT certificate. That itself increases mobility, his job opportunities, and that 1 year gets utilized. You've seen all surveys of all large and mid-sized companies and small companies saying that we need people and we are not getting the right people.
Sure.
So I think there is appetite to employ more. And there is appetite to even take people. You know, if you take two, one will go after 1 year, it doesn't matter. So this actually incentivizes you to rapidly involve more people in your workforce, for manufacturing companies especially. So that's a big way to go forward and have a trickle-down effect when they get trained in that 1 year and get that certificate. But that certificate, which they never get otherwise.
What misuse are you to? Sorry, Shari, please.
No, thanks. No, I just wanted to make one point. See, we all, as you were also mentioning, we all have internship programs.
Sure.
We have an internship program which is in rural India. We have a program which is a Global Green Scholars internship program. I think what an internship does is it just engages the youth to familiarize themselves with what they're interested in, and in a way, you know, they're getting this sort of competency to go and, you know, get qualified with the certification which CB was mentioning, and you know, become available for sectors like ours, for example, in the renewable space, with the extreme shortage of resources, for us to have this pool of capital which is ready. And obviously private sector will have to invest more in getting them more ready to fit in and to rely on them. But I think it's an introduction in areas and sectors where we need people to come to work.
The good thing is it's a big idea. At least there's an idea. Now obviously it depends on the implementation and that will determine the efficacy, but at least there's an idea that's been thrown out. You wanted to make a point before?
No, I was just wondering, when you're saying misuse, what misuse were you looking at?
No, so for example, that they were just getting the dole and not necessarily reporting into work and just benefiting from the dole. Right?
No, but these are top 500 companies.
Yeah,
right?
no, so I'm saying these are people, because now how much is the incentive on that company to actually make sure
but they're putting
that the person is
they're putting their name out, they're putting their on the digital portal and everything else. So yeah, there's 1%, 2% chance of everything, but I would say substantively 95% plus should be.
I think India has done better in many areas.
Sure. And technology leverage
we
will be high.
benchmark with the US.
Having worked in UK, I have seen this very seamlessly being done there. It was very regular for the company JCB in UK to have a group of people, and it used to be handled. Obviously, you know, there may be some leakages somewhere, but overall it was very positive. And the most beautiful part about is that in India, even today, the college curriculum does not create people so that they can hit the job on the first day. I think this program will bridge that particular gap.
So the broad consensus on the first part of the broadcast is that directionally it's the right move, it's also the right signaling. Ultimately, then it is about reviewing how this gets implemented. I want to come now to the second central question, which is to do with investment outlook. And I want to start with Chandrajit Banerjee, because we've had this conversation multiple times. Now there is no new research to suggest that, yes, private investment, particularly in some sectors, like cement, steel, for example, is kickstarting. It's not happening for industry as a whole. Capacity utilization as an average is still in the mid-70s, hasn't headed up to 80s, has been mid-70s for a very long time. What's your current outlook on that, and to what extent does the budget address this central challenge of investment?
Yeah, so I mean, we have had government capex-led growth for time, and there has been, but as you said, the private sector has started investing in some of the sectors. If you really look at our outlook, we see more than 70% of the sectors above 75% of capacity utilization. That's what roughly the survey says.
No, but it stayed mid-70s for a very long time.
It stayed mid-70s for a very long time.
Why is it not heading up to the early 80s?
So no, it is heading up to more than 80s in many of the sectors. Many sectors have headed beyond 80% capacity utilization. Number one. Number two, you know, what we see also, a trend which is coming in is the entire thing of making it easier to do business. And I think that's very, very critical. You see in the budget also a lot of element of trust coming in terms of looking at the tax structures in the next 6 months. All of that actually enables for any entrepreneur, for any company to take that now plunge into greater investment. Today also, number 3, you see a demand factor globally. We are doing well. Actually, we are doing well, even in especially services exports, so to say. So we see even opportunities coming up for scaling.
But the economic survey also speaks of how services exports are likely to be impacted by artificial intelligence, and how the medium to long term trend is basically anti-service exports, and that whole sector is imperiled because of these global trends. Right?
Yes, the economic survey has been, I mean, it's also talked about very conservative growth rate for India, which is good, that type of cautious optimism. We are talking about an 8% growth, and we are talking about an 8% growth because we see private capex playing a very important role in the months to come.
So CII is projecting 8%.
Yes, please.
Then the government is projecting 6.5%.
Yes, please. We are.
So you know what happened during the elections was that the BJP said "Ab ki baar 400 par," and it didn't turn out like that. So they've been conservative, as they have been for a couple of years now. When it comes to growth numbers, industry and even the IMF is projecting a more bullish growth number. So they are being.
But Rahul, if you look at this
financially conservative.
If you look at last 3 years,
yes.
If you look at BE and RE. RE has always been higher than BE. I think if you look at the first 2 paras also of the finance minister, I think their basic, as I understand, the basic theme is that you are in a global uncertain era.
Sure.
You want India to be strong. There could be global headwinds because of geopolitical issues. So, you know, and also when you look at investments, you just don't look at GDP growth for this year. You look at what's the strength of the balance sheet. So a lot of focus has been be conservative, build a stronger balance sheet, provide clear direction, so that helps long-term investors to take better investment.
Now, how does this budget and everything that's happened in the build-up to it impact the investment outlook for India, in your view?
So I think, you know, the fact that the first theme is that a lot of people they'll become more populist and everything else. The focus remains the same. The focus is on macroeconomic stability. A lot of focus on trying to encourage manufacturing, MSMEs, jobs, which in a way will create demand of its own right, on energy transition, on focusing states and others to focus more on digitization. So if you look at all the themes around this, and even if you look at 7% growth or 6.5%, 7% growth, you compare with what's happening outside, and you look at a gliding path of fiscal deficit from 4.9% to 4.5% and hopefully below 4% in years to come, I think it does definitely give rise to, you know, anyone who's looking at creating new capacity or whatever, that gives rise to that. And on your earlier question which you asked, CB, yes, AI will displace jobs, but to implement AI, the kind of things that you require, right from starting to, you know, building the data layer, building the cloud architecture, doing your enterprise modernization, you know, and if you look at net surplus around the world, you look at scale, you look at cost, you look at availability, you look at quality. You know, this is, so a lot of companies are, and this is why the GCCs are going up, and the tech companies, hopefully, you know, the demand will start showing up. But that in itself is a great impetus. So yes, AI is definitely a challenge. We'll have to figure it out, but I don't think it'll impact as much as people think. There's also an opportunity if we can skill right and move right.
Let's spend a moment on investment outlook for companies like yours and from other people that you're speaking to, your assessment of whether India Inc. is now more bullish than it was in the past.
So let me just say this. I think I want to sort of add to what CB has already highlighted. Most sectors are already at 80-85% utilization, and most of them are already investing. If you look at steel actually is a big number, so their number comes out well in front. But if you sort of say that chemical sector, all the sectors, all the companies I know are all investing now. So really we see that the numbers would tend to double at least in the next 5 to 6 years. And if the revenue has to double, our capacity has to double. And the real issue you got to think about is are the companies which are doing project execution, which means companies like Tata Projects, Larsen & Toubro, or the capital goods company, is there a waiting list for them? I can tell you all of them are waiting lists.
Okay. So in this part of the broadcast, I want to come to the other message which has been delivered over the past 48 hours, which is to do with investments from China. Now, Gaurav Vallabh, for a very long time post Galwan, the messaging from the External Affairs Minister, the Defense Minister, even the Prime Minister was, that investment from China is not welcome. So they were coming and flooding our startups, which was good for those startups. We kind of clamped down on that. When the likes of a BYD wanted to come in and invest in India with mega engineering, we didn't allow that. Now the economic advisor is telling us that this is actually counterproductive because we are still trading with them, the trade balance is increasing, imbalance is increasing, and therefore let them come in as FDI. Is the government, without saying anything in the budget, suggesting a massive change in how you view investments from China? Because the situation on the border still remains what it was, and what Jaishankar was asking for a return to status quo hasn't happened. So how do you explain that?
See, Rahul, there are two things. One is investment from China and another is China plus one policy. So a lot of manufacturing capacities, lot of manufacturers, global manufacturers are going towards the China plus one manufacturing policy. So for
that's
them,
not answering my question.
No, I'm answering, I'm coming to that. So saying that coming investment from China and China plus one, these are altogether different.
No, I'm talking about what Anant Nageshwaran said in the economic survey yesterday, where he says we now need to attract foreign direct investment from China. I ask you this because since May 2020, we've actually been signaling that we don't want Chinese investment in India, that we're pushing back against it.
See, our status as far as the Chinese investment is concerned, we are at the same level what we were 2 years back or 1 year back. We are not.
No, I'm just talking about the Chief Economic Advisor's report from yesterday.
That's what I'm telling you. That he might be highlighting China plus one policy. You had misunderstood that.
No, I haven't
economic survey.
I read what the economic survey said.
Rahul, economic survey I had gone through at least 2 times. There was not a single sentence where it is written like that. But anyhow, I don't want to debate on this with you on this. Second point, which we were discussing before your second question, that this internship scheme. See, Rahul, if you will go through page number 35 of the Nirmala Sitharaman's statement, all answers were there because you had raised a point about Jugaad, that that internship scheme can be gone away with Jugaad. See, in page number 35, it is written, it is for which age group, what is the educational qualification, what is the qualification of the parents, like government servants, son or daughter or person having a income tax up to this level, they can't avail this particular facility. So primarily it is for those people who are not getting that particular opportunity for getting internship.
So Gaurav Vallabh is saying, at least on camera, that he hasn't read this, but it's written quite clearly, so there's no way he's not read it. Let me ask.
Rahul, I don't want to debate on this, but I am telling you, twice I had read the economic survey.
Sir, batao.
Twice. So you are
Okay, yes, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Hey, na? That
See, all I want to...
Let me not get anybody into trouble. Let me ask the question in the way that it needs to be asked.
I can confirm that Niti Aayog chairman also talked about the fact that we share borders with China and there is need for us to be able to work amicably, though, but then obviously our Atmanirbhar strategy is addressing it.
Our policy, what we were 1 year back, we are at the same level.
That's not what's written in the economic survey. They're saying we need to look at investments from China, and that's something which is
Rahul, let us not debate.
But let me now get into the larger question. I'm going to ask this to Mr. Mimani because this is the more practical approach that let Chinese investments come in. In any case, it's not as if trade is getting impacted. China is still trading with India in a big way, and the imbalance is increasing. At least let them come and invest here, then more jobs will get created, manufacturing will. Do you think it's time to accept that we need to rework what we've been doing over the past 4 years?
See, I think it's a complex issue because I think there are, it depends on the industry that you are in, what are the dependencies, what are the issues around secrecy and confidentiality and overall sort of border relationships. So in isolation, I think it's difficult to answer, but if things were in the, as relationships between India and China grow, certainly in some sectors, and in those sectors where China has done really well, which is around energy transition, and if there is if there is a technology transfer in areas around EV or energy transition and everything, if one can get technology at a lower cost and more efficiently, there's no downside to that. But it has to be in the overall context of longer term relationship and mutual confidence in that relationship.
So I just, while Gaurav Vallabh was saying, and he's been a professor, so I want to be doubly careful, I just Googled it. I encourage our viewers to do the same. And the headline's very clear. FDI from China can help India increase value addition and exports. The economic survey very clearly signals it. I realize it's politically inconvenient and that explains the problem. But the fact that it's mentioned, Professor Vallabh, is very clearly there. Which is fine. I don't think he didn't read it. He almost certainly read it. But he's not saying, which is fine. I don't want to get into this debate.
You should give me opportunity to answer at least in one sentence. Again, I am saying there was no written statement saying that we are going to change or we promote to change the policy regarding Chinese investment, what was there 1 year back. Full stop.
I am so certain about it, is I interviewed Anant Nageshwaran just last evening and he spoke it, but I don't want this discussion to get derailed because that's really not the idea here. But that Anant Nageshwaran said this, you can just Google it, YouTube it. He's on our show last evening explaining why he's advocated this change in position. Mr. Banerjee, do you think this is the more logical? One is the politics in the defense, the other is the logic, and there is logic to what is being suggested because your trade imbalance is continuing to grow. At least get their investment into it, get their money here, it will create jobs here.
So, I mean, we have to look at it from some perspectives. As you are saying, it's not just talking about whether investments from China would be required by us and in certain sectors, but what comes foremost is national security. And I think that has to be kept in mind when any discussions on FDI is being taken. Number two, how do we balance trade? How do we look at different sources of balancing to diversify our sources? I think that's critical vis-a-vis China when we talk about China. Number three, when we really look at how do we create capacity on certain areas where there are Chinese investments and where we think that can, how do we build our own capacity? I think the focus has to be as to how and through in what period of time we develop capacities. Fourth, where things are somewhere getting stuck is where there is an investment and where we need certain personnel to come in to see that those investments are so that India can develop capacities. So actually it boils down to that particular issue, but it all needs to be seen from the point of security. So it's not a debate as to whether what we want or who wants, it's a point of how we should look at from the prism of the national security.
Okay, Mr. Mukundan wanted to come in on this. Do you think we need to just review how we're looking at China as an economic adversary, whereas now the new thinking or the positioning seems to be that you got Donald Trump probably coming to power in the United States in November. He will increase status. That's the new geopolitical reality you have to live with, and therefore you have to calibrate your positioning on China as well.
So, Chief Economic Advisor actually wrote it, he called it China Conundrum. He actually titled it China Conundrum, and really I think firstly from the industry itself, from the membership, a lot of questions have been asked because these companies did import a lot of capital goods from China and they needed the visas. I think that was the first issue which got flagged. But also specifically has been highlighted, there are some technologies which will be available in China which we could access. But I think all this has to be done in the framework of having what I would call equitable, secure relationship.
Sure.
And I think that piece is well understood, and I think everybody understands the risks when you go along with that. But overall, I think when you look at the framework and wanting to build a framework of relationship with China, I think the balanced approach is what is needed, and maybe the right approach, as you are saying, is that investment is one way. But if you look at the complexity where we are in, Rahul, it's much more complex. We have a FTA with ASEAN.
Correct.
We have FTA with Korea and Japan. And China has already RCEP and FTA with them. And there's a spaghetti which is involved, and I think Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Finance need to think through this as to how to sort of engage on this topic in a way that it makes sense. For example, the biggest exporter of solar glass into India for the renewable energy is a Malaysian company. But it's a Chinese-owned Malaysian company. I mean,
and that's happening in Mexico, it's happening in Vietnam, it's happening elsewhere.
So we need to think through this piece.
So in the last part of this broadcast, I want to focus on consumption. There's a lot of talk about whether the government would make any financial moves to increase the disposable income of people, particularly in rural areas. There was talk about Kisan Nidhi possibly being increased from 6,000 to 8,000 rupees. That hasn't happened. What's your outlook on consumption, in particular in rural India? There's a lot of talk of distress. has the budget done enough to be able to alleviate that? Are you disappointed that there is no, or do you think this is the more logical and financially prudent thing to do?
So you see, if you the way the industry has been looking at this whole issue also has been is that the progress we have made through the investment-led growth, that's the framework that should be followed. Investment, employment, consumption, that virtuous cycle is what should be built upon. And we were saying also some bit of relief. And we were also talking about, as far as rural is concerned, can there be greater indexation to infra spends in rural, because that will also create non-farm jobs. So we are seeing some of this very clearly there. You see rural development, that figure that sits there now is 2.7 lakh crores, which is 40% more than what was there earlier. So that's a positive. There is some relief provided on the income tax perspective. And from a medium to long-term perspective, what is required for rural is a thriving also agriculture system. Because ultimately, half the workforce is in agriculture. So the thrust you saw, and that was the number one point out of the 9 points, thrust you saw on agriculture, productivity and resilience, both which are very important today. I think that was fairly comprehensive. Now it's a question of industry working with the state governments and working with the other stakeholders and government to see how we can jointly execute those ideas. If we execute all of that to rural, I think medium term we'll have a much more resilient and thriving rural than we have today. So there are some steps that will provide relief in the short term, which is really through public capex, and medium to long term, it's about the investments in the enhancing the productive capacity and resilience of agriculture.
Mr. Nirmala, looking at all the work that you do, what do you think the budget does or should have done to try and address the consumption issue?
No, I think from a government standpoint, one is, I think Sanjeev has talked about the rural thing. The other is around GST, where I think she made an announcement that they will be looking at through whenever the GST.
But that's the GST Council to do.
There's a GST Council. That's the second way you can. And third is through personal tax reduction, where I think 17,500 rupees if you're a part of the new tax regime, which she said, my sense is 2/3 of the people who are filing taxes are part of that regime, so they get that relief. Outside of that, I think the only thing you can do is to get more employment going. You can get more economic activity going for increasing consumption. Outside of that, or you do some direct transfer of income. I think this government doesn't believe that much in that, rightly so. They believe much more in the fiscal prudence and getting all this up through the productive mechanisms. So I would say that I think tax relief is definitely there. If there's one thing I think one could have seen more, would probably be not so much directly consumption, but more on the PLI schemes in some areas of textiles and others, where I think it could have added to, or in the FAME scheme, if they've got more clarity on the amount of value.
No, because one of the messaging, Gaurav Vallabh, from the government in past budgets, and even whatever the finance minister and the prime minister says, that we want continuity and predictability in our tax regime, right? Now, for example, angel tax, after many years of insisting that is the right thing to do, has been done away with it, and thank God for that. But long-term capital gains tax has been increased by 2.5%. You haven't signaled whether it caps at 12.5% or whether this could go up to 15, 17, 20, we don't know that. And we've seen how customs duty on gold, silver has been reduced. Does that then introduce unpredictability and uncertainty about what might happen from here? Because so far the direction and the signaling was one of continuity and predictability.
No, continuity is there, Rahul. Where there is no continuity, there is a perfect continuity. Like I can give you example, like GST. So there is a continuity in the rate structure, in the items which are there. June 2024, we had collected 1.74 lakh crore rupees of the GST.
No, but let's take long-term capital gains tax on financial securities.
Coming to the tax structure, like our current slabs. So there were 2 slabs. So we want to continue with the new slab structure, where the continuity is there, that deductions and all those things should be left to the SSC itself. The people should be open.
But you're not answering my question. Is the government signaling that we feel that the stock markets are getting overheated and it's time to start looking at other financial instruments, whether it's debt or other assets like real estate, housing, that this is now getting, we think, too hot. We don't want for the markets to crash and fall, and therefore we want to increase tax. So what you haven't signaled is whether it caps at 12.5% or it could be increased further, creating uncertainty, which you said you want to avoid.
See, Rahul, budgets are always for 1 year, na? So there you can't say that when I am making one announcement and this will be there for the next 20 years. Nobody can predict those things. It all depends on the market scenario, what are the business
but this is
scenario.
like tinkering. Either you take it up to 15 or 20, it's 20% in the United States, for example, and then you say, okay, we end here.
Tinkering because that can be because we gave a good reduction in the personal income tax. So to compensate that amount, a small tinkering can be done with this capital gain tax.
Small tinkering which leaves a bitter taste in anybody's mouth, especially if he's a market participant. What impact, Mr. Nirmala, do you... One is, of course, the immediate turbulence. The markets are very happy when the long-term capital gain tax was introduced in the first place. Now it's been increased. To what extent does this muddy the financial waters in terms of people investing in the market?
No, it doesn't muddy. I think there will be a reaction because obviously valuations and everything else will, we have seen that today. There will be a reaction which may extend for some time. But I won't say this government has tinkered. If you look at the
generally they don't want to.
Yeah, and this whole thing around trying to modify tax rates, capital gains tax rates, provide simplification there, has been in the air for now 18-24 months. CI itself is saying it's so complex, the whole schedule, that you want to simplify that. So what they've done is to bring the real estate from 20% down to 12.5%. Obviously they've taken the indexation away, which has a significant impact, and 10%, and raised the listed securities from 10 to 12.5%. REIT InvITs which were there, they've brought it to 12.5%. So I think overall they've tried to figure,
Are they trying to nudge a little bit of money from the public markets into other sectors on the assumption that, on the premise that the stock markets we feel might be getting overheated?
No, I think that is, they're looking at the F&O for that, because they think that that is more...
Do you support that, the new security transactions tax, the increase in tax on futures and options in derivative trading? Because we saw the SEBI chief say it, we saw the RBI say it, we saw the finance ministry say it, the economic advisor said it yesterday. It almost seemed as if a mahal was built that futures and options are going to be penalized.
Because the volume has really gone up, right?
Why is that a bad thing? If people are
because one is, it's engaging, as they have said, that a lot of young people are fully engaged in this and not doing anything else, and it adds, if there is volatility, it has a massive risk to the system. So what they are trying to do is to build, in some ways, build the arbitrage there, that the returns are, unless people are really seriously into it, not everyone just gets into that to get that 1%.
You want to take away the gambling instinct.
Yes. F&O, if you will check 20 young people's mobile phone, you will find 10 or 12 are having some demat or some trading account.
Why is that a bad thing?
I am telling you. These are not investing. This is speculation.
Trading. So that is what futures and options are.
See, there is a difference between investment, and we should promote investment in the markets.
No, but
and these guys who do are uninformed.
They'll burn their fingers on a few transactions and they'll learn to be better. That's the logic of free enterprise.
Rahul, market information is not in totality with them. This is purely speculation.
So they'll burn their fingers, they'll lose money 9 out of 10, and then they'll learn that they shouldn't do this.
As a government, we should be concerned with that. Na? As a government, I should be concerned. My citizens are spoiling money like this. Okay. I should be concerned.
Okay, so that's a very deep philosophical argument. The government obviously wanting to play
Perhaps
financial.
Here we can learn from some of the other countries, like in the US, etc., where and so perhaps not a bad thing. May not call it tinkering, but I guess mindful budgeting, perhaps, if that's a term we can take from this.
What's very significant in the budget is that the government has put employment, job creation front and center, and really thrown some financial muscle at trying to deal with the challenge. What will be very interesting to see as the months wear on is the actual outcome as a result of these incentives being provided, but the fact that there is an admission, because everyone who's watching, what they talk about most is jobs, jobs, jobs. So at least the government's made that the #1 priority and put everyone on notice in terms of what can be done to try and move the job creation needle. I want to thank all our guests for joining us. Ms. Puri, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mani. Thank you, Chandraji Banerjee, and all our guests over here for making the effort to join us. Make no mistake, I'm not suggesting at all that I was opposed to some of these ideas, but it's important to think through the outcome. Otherwise, it could just be a lot of talk which doesn't translate into end outcome. outcomes. That was the whole idea here. I hope you enjoyed our conversation. I want to thank our guests for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It does definitely give rise to, anyone who's looking at creating new capacity or whatever, that gives rise to that. And on your earlier question which you asked CB, yes, AI will displace jobs, but to implement AI, the kind of things that you require, right from starting to, building the data layer, building the cloud architecture, doing your enterprise modernization, and if you look at net surplus around the world, you look at scale, you look at cost, you look at availability, you look at quality. This is, so a lot of companies are, and this is why the GCCs are going up, and the tech companies, hopefully, the demand will start showing up. But that in itself is a great impetus. So yes, AI is definitely a challenge. We'll have to figure it out, but I don't think it'll impact as much as people think. There's also an opportunity if we can skill right and move right.
Let's spend a moment on investment outlook for companies like yours and from other people that you're speaking to, your assessment of whether India Inc. is now more bullish than it was in the past.
So let me just say this. I think I want to sort of add to what CB has already highlighted. Most sectors are already at 80-85% utilization, and most of them are already investing. If you look at steel, steel actually is a big number, so their number comes out well in front. But if you sort of say that chemical sector, all the sectors, all the companies I know are all investing now. So really we see that the numbers would tend to double at least in the next 5 to 6 years. And if the revenue has to double, our capacity has to double. And the real issue you got to think about is are the companies which are doing project execution, which means companies like Tata Projects, Larsen & Toubro, or the capital goods company, is there a waiting list for them? I can tell you all of them are waiting lists.
Okay. So in this part of the broadcast, I want to come to the other message which has been delivered over the past 48 hours, which is to do with investments from China. Now, Gaurav Vallabh, for a very long time post Galwan, the messaging from the External Affairs Minister, the Defense Minister, even the Prime Minister was that investment from China is not welcome. So they were coming and flooding our startups, which was good for those startups. We kind of clamped down on that. When the likes of a BYD wanted to come in and invest in India with mega engineering, we didn't allow that. Now the economic advisor is telling us that this is actually counterproductive because we are still trading with them, the trade balance is increasing, imbalance is increasing, and therefore let them come in as FDI. Is the government, without saying anything in the budget, suggesting a massive change in how you view investments from China? Because the situation on the border still remains what it was, and what Jaishankar was asking for a return to status quo hasn't happened. So how do you explain that?
See, Rahul, there are two things. One is investment from China and another is China plus one policy. So a lot of manufacturing capacities, lot of manufacturers, global manufacturers are going towards the China plus one manufacturing policy. So for
that's
them,
not answering my question.
No, I'm answering. I'm coming to that. So saying that coming investment from China and China plus one, these are altogether different.
No, I'm talking about what Anant Nageshwaran said in the economic survey yesterday, where he says we now need to attract foreign direct investment from China. I ask you this because since May 2020, we've actually been signaling that we don't want Chinese investment in India, that we're pushing back against it.
See, our status as far as the Chinese investment is concerned, we are at the same level what we were 2 years back or 1 year back. We are not.
No, I'm just talking about the Chief Economic Advisor's report from yesterday.
That's what I'm telling you. That he might be highlighting China plus one policy. You had misunderstood that.
No, I haven't I read it.
Economic survey.
I read what the economic survey said.
Rahul, economic survey I had gone through at least 2 times. There was not a single sentence where it is written like that. But anyhow, I don't want to debate on this with you on this. Second point, which we were discussing before your second question, that this internship scheme. See, Rahul, if you will go through page number 35 of the Nirmala Sitharaman's statement, all answers were there because you had raised a point about Jugaad, that that internship scheme can be gone away with Jugaad. See, in page number 35, it is written, it is for which age group, what is the educational qualification, what is the qualification of the parents, like government servants son or daughter or person having a income tax up to this level, they can't avail this particular facility. So primarily it is for those people who are not getting that particular opportunity for getting internship.
So Gaurav Vallabh is saying, at least on camera, that he hasn't read this, but it's written quite clearly, so there's no way he's not read it.
Let me ask. I don't want to debate on this, but I am telling you